Howdy, everybody. What is up? Welcome, chat. How are you? It is Wednesday, middle of the week. Planning on getting some streams in this week. Oh, we're streaming. We're going to bounce all over the place. Hopefully. This is a two-parter. If it's a three-parter, that wouldn't be the first time or the last time. Reasons why Evanito is still a mod. I don't remember. I forgot. What music is playing? This is Batman Arkham Asylum? That's not very Battlefield of you. Spotify autoplay. Let's see. Do they even have the... Was there more than one song in the Battlefield 1942 soundtrack? I guess they made a 1943 soundtrack. We can do that. Why not? I like that they just moved the number up. When is it going to be Battlefield 1944? Seriously. Don't say Battlefield 2. What, 5? God, their naming conventions are so confusing. It's Battlefield 5 is the World War II one that they did. So they have Battlefield 1942, Battlefield 1943, which was Xbox Live Arcade, and then Battlefield 5. But not to be confused, because Battlefield 5 came after Battlefield 1, which is a World War I game. I'm not trying to do like a Seinfeld bit, but what's the deal? What was actually the reasoning for that? Better than Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 parentheses 2. Was 5 the one with the train and horses? No, that was Battlefield 1. There may have been trains and horses in 5 as well, but they originated in Battlefield 1. The World War I version. That's why there were horsies. You could ride around with a horsey and like a sweet rifle that would one-shot people, basically. That was the one where you could walk on top of the Zeppelins and have firefights on top of the balloons while the balloon caught fire and exploded and crashed with you on top of it. Some of the most cinematic experiences in gaming I think I've had, for sure, were Battlefield 1. Very memorable. Running through the trenches with like a flamethrower or just like a trench shotgun. Those are the good times. Also, the maps were really good in Battlefield 1. I don't remember their names, but I can vividly remember like the layout of various maps. I like the one that was like a big sort of, not a traditional castle, but like kind of a tan brick castle with a huge square of hallways that you would fight between with giant courtyard in the middle. With the control points throughout the different hallways inside the castle structure. I like the desert maps. The desert maps were great, yeah. I really like Battlefield 1. I didn't expect to when it came out. I was taken by surprise. What I want is Battlefield 2143. If they weren't cowards, that's what 2042 should have been. But I think Titanfall ultimately not succeeding has scared everyone off of mechs. Even though mechs are awesome. And Titanfall was good. Titanfall was actually just a lot of fun. I think, I really think in hindsight, like at the time, I thought that having AI soldiers running around in Titanfall was a good thing, but in hindsight, I don't remember it fondly. I think the AI soldiers sort of detracted from Titanfall. I think that a Titanfall game with Battlefield scale would work. And they need to combine those two things. The reason they had to have all the AI soldiers was because if you're in giant mechs, you want to shoot things and make them go pop. So they just had like a bunch of dinguses running around that you could feel good about shooting. I think that if they had 127 player games and then had mechs, that would be cool. But the mechs, it's hard to make them where they're not overpowered. Wasn't there another World War II game where you had AI squad mates? Yeah, that was Enlisted. Very different. I have a lot of fun with both Titanfall games. Hey, me too. I also did. Anyway, sorry I'm late today, chat. Midas poo-pooed on the carpet. On the rug. Unexpectedly. It always is, isn't it? When there's poop on the rug. So, yeah, I had to clean that up. And then I kind of changed my mind as to what I wanted to stream today last minute. And settled on trying to do a new Hearts of Iron 4 campaign. We haven't played in like a month. And we've been doing a lot of variety. So why shouldn't I do a new Hearts of Iron campaign? Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't we get to choose a whole new country? Thank you for the beginning stream subs, by the way. What's up, Joker in the pack? Love Etel, love Hearts of Iron. Good Wednesday. Thank you for 7 months. Howdy. Also, Sveninator, thanks for gifting us up to Scripts. Enjoy your gift sub. And Kinokunai, Hearts, Nodders, Iron, also Nodders. Why not both? Welcome back, Kinokunai. Hey, how are you? Also, chat, where is the game? It's right here. There it is. It's right there. Perfect timing, in fact. All right, I'm going to need to be somewhere over here. I'm going to have to move that once I get back in. I've also got to sneeze. I'll be back after I sneeze. What? I'm allergic to accidentally taking a BRB right at the beginning of stream. Sponsored by Kleenex. Sometimes it's Puffs, but this time it actually is Kleenex. Kleenex has ruined words for me because for the longest time I didn't realize that Kleenex was the brand of tissues, so I just thought everything was Kleenex. That's how good their branding is. Also, I am still blowing my nose. Apologies. Q-tips, Xerox, Post-it notes. True. Just like dumpsters. Wait, they're not called... They're not called dumpsters? Generically? Reynolds Wrap? That one, at least, is using a name, so it's more obvious. Brand chat is online. They always are. Okay, chat. We're gonna do like a public, not a PR. We're gonna do a marketing test. Here's what I want you all to do. Okay. I want everyone in chat to just name the first brand you can think of that isn't Reynolds Wrap, Q-tips, or Kleenex, or the ones we just mentioned. Go, quick. I want to know which brand is working the best. Which one's at the forefront of your mind? Okay, lots of Coca-Colas in chat. Jacuzzi, Great Value, Lamborghini, Mitsubishi, Acer, McDonald's, more Coke, one Pepsi, Ben & Jerry's, Apple, Ford, Lego, Oreo. Okay, I think Coca-Cola is like the highest one. You guys are all drinking Cokes, aren't you? You just looked at your desk and were like, what is on my desk right now? I do not drink carbonated beverages except for, like, I guess water. This water is carbonated. Is it carbonated? I guess it's carbonated. I don't drink sugary carbonated drinks anymore. Unless I'm going to, like, out to eat, like fast food. Sparkling water. Yeah, I like sparkling water. I don't like it. I tolerate it. Anyways, I don't think that they're like bad or evil. I just can't be trusted. Because I used to drink like, I'll just have like a Pepsi or Coke maybe every couple days from the fridge. Every couple days turned into every day at the same time, every single day. And then every single day at the same time turned into twice a day, every single day at the same time. Once it started bordering on 3 times a day, I was like, something's gotta change, dude. Not only is this just, and also I was drinking like the stupid, the meme ones, where they were like, oh, but this is real sugar. We use real cane sugar for this. And it was like 20 extra grams of sugar inside that can. But it's okay because it's real. It's cane sugar. It's not stinky fake sugar. Not high fructose. And then I had to just quit. I had to stop. Same, but with energy drinks, except just once a day. Yeah, I kind of just, like, talk myself into it. However, what's weird is it never was a problem. Like, some people's problem is restaurants. Like, you go to a restaurant and they just give you free refills. So you can just, like, drain an entire glass of Coke or something, and then they get a refill, and then another refill, and you before you know it, you've just drank, like 5 cans of Coke in one meal. That was never a problem for me. It was always the at home. Because when I was in college, I had no money. So when I went to eat, I would get water in order to save money on my bill. So I sort of just trained myself from 18 years old to only drink water while eating out. Because it saves like $3 on your bill. At the time, it was probably more like $1.50, but now it's like $3 to $4. Dude, I am the old man now. I am the old man because when I see social media posts that are like, this is a picture of a menu from McDonald's circa 2007. I click on it and I look and I'm like, damn, those prices are so much better. I remember when a chicken sandwich meal was $4.65. Like, I have become that level of boomer. I can't believe they're $12 now. That is kind of an insane level of inflation, though. But that's what makes me the old man streamer now. I remember 25-cent hamburgers at McDonald's. How much are chicken nuggies now? I don't know. Go to McDonald's. But you when I was graduating high school, going to college, Chat, let me... I don't know. I can't find this stupid picture. Let me see. I will share my old man ranting ways with you if I can find the image. I thought it was on nostalgia from your childhood, but it's not. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. I think it was actually... Oh, no. Yeah, I'm the boomer now. I think it was originally posted on Reddit and then re-uploaded to Twitter. So that makes... Yeah, I know what that makes me. I know what that makes me. Okay? I saw it on Twitter. I am aware. But that's worse. Anyway. This was it. Luckily, it's a 4x3 image. This was 2007. Honestly, the reason why I'm going to show you this is not because of how good the prices were by comparison, but mostly because McDonald's took off the best menu items that they had, getting the honey mustard snack wraps for $1.29 each, and just loading up with like 4 of those for like $5, and then getting a fries to go with it, and then a drink, was goated, and they'll never ever bring them back again. That was like the best menu item. I don't care about like how cheap everything was. The McDonald's menu just sucks now. We've fallen so far. We have, yeah. I would also say that the chicken selects were better. And their grilled chicken sandwiches were actually very good. At the time, everything has just deteriorated, I'm pretty sure. I miss the chicken select so much. They just had a lot of good chicken items. An elegant fast food menu from a more civilized age. Anyway, I do miss 2007 fast food because KFC also had some really, really great... Like, KFC was good in 2007. I wish I could find an actual... Because they, like, the snack wraps things were in. KFC had some, like, some chicken snackers. I think KFC had some wraps that were really good. Wraps could just make a comeback, man. I don't understand why they went out of style. I don't eat it even for health. It's not about health reasons. It was just, it just tasted better. Maybe just like the chicken ingredients were like better quality. We're starting to like devolve into Soylent Green. Most fast food has been terrible the last few years. Yeah, it feels like it tastes worse. Burger King is always bad. KFC now is always bad. I think Popeyes is still the only consistently good, and only if you get the chicken sandwich. Their chicken sandwich tastes the same every time I get it, and it's always good. That's pretty much it. Everywhere else is questionable. Taco Bell I still enjoy. Taco Bell's hit and miss. It depends on your location. They have the capacity to be amazing. And they also have the capacity to be terrible. It varies. Zaxby's is good, just slow. I had Zaxby's a few times and I liked it a lot. Anyways. Chat. Fast food. It ain't what it used to be. I like that that's where we're starting today. Somebody asked me if I ever went back to Poland. I actually, after the last campaign, I did do a historical Poland run on my own to see if I could. It actually took like 10 attempts, which is why I didn't stream myself doing it. I did eventually succeed. It was very, very difficult, but I did eventually succeed, as you can see. And I think I stopped because I was at war with a bunch of people. It was very bad. It was not going well. I forgot who I was at war with at the end of this, but this was under Karl Albrecht. Albrecht was a tough Poland, really, really tough. It didn't feel balanced tough. It felt like my win was the exception, not the rule. Because the one that we did on stream went way better. Where's the Pull My Finger campaign? Yeah, that one was way more successful in a variety of respects, as you can see, making the Congressional Commonwealth. That was a long Poland campaign. And we were still stuck in eternal war with the Russian Federation. And that war was not going to end because everyone was out of supplies here, and it was really, really ugly. And we were also at war with the rest of the world. This is the one where the German Republic, Hitler was deposed in this timeline, and the new Germany still was pursuing the Nazi focus tree. So, huge bug there. And even though they were ostensibly a democracy, they were making claims, like the Nazis would, on my territories. And basically tricked the Allies into declaring war on me. So that was fun. That was just a weird campaign. But yeah, that one was a huge stalemate. We did amazing. I just had to pull the plug because we were just locked in. Like, we were in conflict with every nation. Okay, anyways. So Poland is done. Poland was fun, though. And we're gonna do another 1936 campaign because that's just the only way to do it, I think. Also, I did start watching Band of Brothers again. I haven't seen it in like 15 years, to be perfectly honest. It's been a long time. It's not like, oh, I watch this every year before Christmas. I just saw it on Netflix, even though I subscribe to HBO, which I don't know why having it on Netflix made me click on it, but it was just accessible on HBO and I didn't click on it. So I started watching Band of Brothers again, and I frankly cannot believe that it came out in like 2001. It is ridiculous. Like, there's some CG that you can be like, that is CG, but it's not such that it takes you out of the show. Like, it is crazy that it is over 20 years old because it looks incredible, and also is one of the, I think, best examples of shaky cam done right. It's supposed to be like your boots on the ground. You're the POV of like one of the soldiers, basically, who is along for the ride. You're just like a camera that happened to be there. Yeah, and it has a lot of huge names in it. Like, I forgot that. It's weird because I just watched the Godzilla movie. King of the Monsters, right? Yeah, I just watched King of the Monsters, and like Kyle Chandler is like 20 years younger in Band of Brothers, right? He's like the other guy in Band of Brothers that Lieutenant Winters talks to, or is that just a guy that looks exactly like him? David Schwimmer being in it was yeah. David Schwimmer is awesome in it, actually. And I haven't even seen Friends. He's great in it. And then you've also got Simon Pegg. Simon Pegg is randomly in it as like a scared guy. He doesn't have very many lines. It's got an all-star cast. How in the world have you not seen Friends? Because I have taste, mostly. And also my parents didn't watch it when I was a kid. Most sitcoms suck. I wouldn't say, okay, well, statistically, most everything sucks, entertainment-wise. It's just, which things did you grow up concurrently with or not? Which things did you grow up watching or not? Those are the things you like. and the other way around. But yeah, anyway, Band of Brothers, all-star cast. Who else is in it? Damian Lewis is great as Winters. It's also got Donnie Wahlberg, like Mark Wahlberg's brother is in it. God, who else is in it? Oh, that was Ron Livingston. That's a different... Okay, I was thinking of a different guy. My bad. They do look alike. Ron Livingston does look alike to Kyle Chandler. They have a lot of weird similarities in the way that they talk. I'm not certain that they're not the same person. Anyways, if you enjoy kind of World War II and you haven't seen, like, and when I say enjoy World War II, I mean you enjoy learning about it and watching dramatic reenactments of things. Band of Brothers is really good. Still, to this day. I've watched the first 2 episodes again, and they both hold up incredibly. They just do, like, the characterizations are so good. They instantly give you something to latch onto. Like, as far as storylines go. It's oddly story-driven and not really... it's not really as hoorah as you think it's going to be. Because there's another show that's coming out. I watched the trailer for the Apple TV original. They're doing, like, some show about airplanes. Like, it's like, I don't know if it's Air Force or, like, carrier fighters, like Navy fighters or something, but it's some kind of World War II plane movie or TV show. And it has, like, a weird vibe. Like, it's too celebratory. It's like, yeah, we're all badasses. We're true heroes. And it's it looks too propaganda, let's say. I'm doing my part. Kind of. Band of Brothers is very much not it doesn't feel like propaganda anyways. It feels very human. I still need to watch The Pacific. Yeah, I haven't seen The Pacific in over a decade. I need to watch it again. Anyways. Alright. Hitler's consolidating power again. Italy will one day lose their initial war with Ethiopia as the AI in our campaign. It's going to happen eventually. 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War. Just long enough for all the people to come home from the First World War, have babies, and then make their children go to war. Just long enough for that. A single spark may be all it takes to ignite the world in eternal conflict once again. Will Etal pick 1939 one day? No. Absolutely not. Okay, so... nations. So many interesting nations to play as. I would say, we've already done Denmark. We haven't done Norway. I wouldn't mind doing Norway. We also haven't done a certain secret nation. It'd be funny to do like a meme play of Iceland. We've done Poland. We were also contemplating doing, was it Sinkiang? No, not Sinkiang. We were contemplating doing Manchukuo. If we wanted to try a different theater of war, chat was trying to convince me to play Manchukuo. Chat's saying a lot of things. Norway population small, correct. Have you done Japan or the USSR? Nope. I don't really like major powers. I don't enjoy major powers very much. I like being small and becoming a major power. Choose the nation of Bam. Can you restore the Ottoman Caliphate in this game? There's a lot of stuff you can do with Ottomans. I imagine you'd probably be wanting to play somewhere in the region of Turkey for that, because Turkey has their own focus tree. However, they're sort of a painfully boring nation to play as, even with their DLC. Does India have a special focus tree? They have for a long time, yeah. They were one of the first, British Raj. We have actually played as India before. Tox, have you done Finland? Yes, that was the first campaign we did with the new DLC. It was also very fun. Finland has become kind of a meme, I think, in the Hearts of Iron circles, because it's like there's a bunch of people who are mad because it's too powerful. Which makes me laugh. I don't know. I think it's a handful of multiplayer gamers who are just outspoken. I've said this before, and I will continue saying it. Competitive multiplayer groups within largely single-player gaming circles are the vocal minority that often ruin games for everyone else. Because we've played half a dozen games where Finland is the AI, and the best they've been able to do is secure peace after holding enough territory for 30 days to get a white peace. It's pretty much... They've never, ever been able to push into the Soviet Union in single player. Granted, that's anecdotally. But if you, the player, are playing as Finland, then yes, it is incredibly powerful, but also that's fun because I downloaded the DLC and I wanted to do some fun things. Multiplayer mains and Paradox games. People arrive. Hearts of Iron 4. What's up, overtly esoteric? So yeah, I'm thinking like of the nations that we have, there's also like Romania. There's some older ones that have less interesting focus trees. They're certainly less complicated. That we have never played, like Romania, Yugoslavia. I don't think we've played Hungary. We did play Czechoslovakia. We haven't played most of the Asian nations. We were thinking about Manchukuo out of those. We did play Mexico. That campaign went terribly. Netherlands went awesome. Spain is awesome. Portugal, we messed up, but it was still fun. Haven't played Bulgaria. I've always wanted to try again at Greece because that was one of the first campaigns I did, and I just didn't know what I was doing in the game. I didn't really know how to play. It went awful, and it's actually just a very hard campaign. It's a very tough campaign. Every time I play Greece, Italy's like, "You gonna give me that land, right? You're gonna give me that land." And then every time I don't play Greece, Italy just leaves Greece alone, unless I play. I think anywhere in China could be a fun change-up. Yeah, I think so too. I wouldn't mind playing whichever... Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. We definitely played Estonia. I don't remember which of Lithuania, Latvia we played. We did an awesome Ethiopia run. Poland we just did. Switzerland we've done. Finland we've done. Sweden we've done. Norway we haven't done. All right, so it's like Norway, Manchukuo, or like Romania, probably. Is the Philippines fun? No. Was that Australia? Yeah, they have Australia and New Zealand. All right, let's just do Manchukuo. Because I haven't played it before. We did Sinkiang and had a terrible war of attrition with the United States that still haunts my dreams. All right. Hello, our fearless leader, whose name I will unfortunately mispronounce, but not on purpose. Aisen Joropuyi. Fascist ideology, totalitarian regime, no elections, ruling party MX. Strongly opposed to both liberal and communist ideals. Rexism is staunchly conservative nationalist movement who advocate a corporatist economic policy. Employing increasingly populist and authoritarian rhetoric, their ideals are shifting closer to other fascist movements. The Last Emperor. My worry about China is the eventual naval invasion hell. Yeah, I mean, that will eventually happen. Yeah. Evicted from the Dragon Throne at the age of 6, Puyi, the last Chinese emperor, has been biding his time, while his former realm tore itself apart in the Chinese Civil War. Puyi found new allies in Japan. For Puyi, the establishment of the Empire of Manchukuo in 1932 was but the first step in the quest to reclaim his ancestral birthright. For the moment, he is dependent on the Japanese army to keep his rule, but in time, an opportunity might arise to cast off the shackles of servitude and become what he was born to be. Okay, Trap. In the original, like, in historical context, what was the plan here? Was the plan to conquer China and then put Puyi back as the Emperor of China as a puppet of Japan? Like, what was Japan's angle in allying with, okay, basically that. That makes sense. So, start out fascist. Here are, we'll look at those when we get in, because we're just going to be up here. So if you want to look at the map, this is where we start. Sandwiched between Japan, the Soviet Union, Mongolia, and the rest of China. We're going to play, where am I? What? Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't redo this scene from the charity stream. There we go. Okay, I always play regular difficulty, especially when we're playing as a minor power like this, because I think that it's hard enough without adding political. It's just debuffs that make the game unfun, in my opinion. I think that this is already difficult enough, just playing as a small little guy. Because this is just research speed minus 30%. They're just arbitrary stat changes. They don't make the AI smarter. We are going to play Iron Man mode, because why not? And I always play ahistorical focuses so that things can go off the rails, because I think it's more interesting and replayable that way. So, I don't really change, if you're playing, I don't change any other custom rules, I think. I believe these are vanilla. Now, you can tweak these as much as you want. But this is one of the few Paradox games where I do not change any of the custom game rules. Unless I changed it a long time ago and tricked myself into thinking that was not the case. All right, let's go. We need to come up with a name, though. Emperor. Well, I don't know. I don't know what focus tree I'm going to go down, so I don't know if we're actually going to do Emperor Run. Sup, nerds? Hello, or the world. Also, thanks for the gift sub. Enjoy your gift sub, Hesitant Hedgehog. Thanks for being here. What's up, Hedgehog? Enjoy your 16 months, and boom you, thanks for 31. Sup? Hi. Wabbit Requiem says howdy. Hello, Wabbit. How you doing? Puyi Puyi Tetris. Trying to figure out where the pieces fit. Sure. Let's go. Flickering Iron Man saves. And we're in. Okay. So we start out allied to Japan. Interesting. The world looks as you expect it to in 1936, but that will change quickly. We only have 2 technology research slots. Chat, why are you putting allied in quotes? We can see their blue divisions. For all intents and purposes, we are allied. We're BFFs. For now. Okay, 2 research slots. A co-prosperity sphere. We'll have to look at the national focuses in a minute. But let's take care of everything else first. So, step 1. Let's go ahead and shift-click all of our divisions and see what we got. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divisions of infantry and 4 cavalry. Which, our infantry is about 12 combat width, consisting of 6 units each with no support, no anything. Just boots and guns. Boots and guns. Happy New Year, 1936. Hey, Happy New Year. Let me move back. Pew! And then I'm gonna, like, scooch over a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So I'm assuming all of our divisions are like that? Okay, and then Cav is only 6. That's pretty typical. Just 3 little... These are pretty weak. They're pretty weak. It's interesting that they are using our infantry as reserve troops and resupplying them after the weaker cavalry. Because they're faster, I guess? I don't know. Okay, step 1, you know what we have to do. This is not Operation Barbarossa. You're really far off from Barbarossa, actually. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to bop you. Let's just take all of our divisions. And right now I'm just gonna create a single army. Who do we have for generals? We got level 3, level 3, level 2, level 2. Terrible supply consumption skills, but the promotion cost is cheaper, and we have a cavalry leader experience factor. Okay, so if we have a cavalry leader who are roughly equivalent, I'm actually going to create a second group, I guess, of just cav, and then put the cavalry officer in charge, just to benefit them more. That way we can have 2 generals potentially leveling up at the same time. It's probably better that way. Alright, we'll just put our 2 top generals there, and then we're going to assign them to a field marshal, which we don't have. Oh, is that why we don't... Okay. Yeah. Is that why we have one whose promotion cost is cheaper? We can't promote yet because we need 30 command power, which we don't have. Cool. Alright. No army groups. We'll look at our decisions. We've got mostly standard decisions until you get down here. And then we have some prospect for resources in Manchukuo, some oil, and some steel. It's good. And then we have banditry, which is one of our national spirits. We are engaged in low-intensity warfare with partisans, defectors, and Republican terrorists. We should focus on pacifying the countryside to hunt these bandits down. So it lowers our stability and war support. Kwantung veto. All of our laws are 25% more expensive. After the 1905 Japanese seizure of Dalian from Russia, the Kwantung, Kanto in Japanese, garrison placed there became politicized, with expansionist generals taking the initiative in seizing more Chinese land for Japan. This culminated in the Mukden incident in 1932, when the Empire of Manchukuo was carved out of the petty warlords of the Northeast. The Kwantung army continues to dominate the area and places the interests of their generals above the needs of Manchukuo. We will only resolve this by getting the Japanese army to recognize us as equals or by throwing them out by force. Okay. And then we've got low legitimacy, minus 50%. We have 2% stability, I just realized, and 0% war support. Emperor Puyi is the legitimate descendant of the king emperors who ruled China for 300 years. The Xinhai Revolution, which deposed him in 1911, was very popular, as the late king government was powerless against both the foreigners stealing Chinese land and the regional governors establishing themselves as warlords. Emperor Puyi's installation by Japan as Emperor of Manchukuo is not yet accepted by the Manchurian populace, let alone the rest of China. We'll have to establish the emperor's independence from Japan to rally the nation under him. Okay, cool. No divisions in basic. That's because we probably don't have any guns. Yeah, we have negative 57 guns. So what are the things we can do with banditry here? Let's see. The Kwantung army shows little interest helping the denizens of Manchuria, seeing it as a military occupation rather than nation building. The government of Manchukuo, such as it is, has been given few resources to maintain order by the Japanese. Into this vacuum of power pours all manner of bandits, sometimes self-styled freedom fighters, murdering and stealing in the name of abstract ideals like national liberation or proletarian internationalism, but more often without any stated ideology to mask their abuses. At the cough. Okay, what are we doing? Pacify the bandits, hunt them down in different regions, recruit them, and then we get a bandit raid in 179 days. Roaming brigands and terrorists are stealing everything not nailed down and burning the rest. Raise troops and stop them. If you don't, one of four things will happen. You have a 25% chance of getting 3 events, one of 3 events, or nothing happens. Okay. So these are all going to cost PP to recruit them. And to pacify them, we have to complete a specific focus and have a stockpile of infantry equipment. Okay. So that's sort of going to be the biggest issue. We really don't want to get raided more than we need to be. All right, let's start with the default. Let's get some research. We have 2 slots. You know where they're... Well... Typically, I would send them into... Well, you have to do production. Like, that's just going to happen. I think we still have to do production and research. But it is going to be important to get some of these early infantry researches. Okay, let's just do this the bog standard mechanical engineering. By the way, anytime you get to say, such as it is, you have my attention. I don't know why. Like a well-placed such as it is like, gives me a certain... Je ne sais quoi. You know? It makes me feel good. In an inexplainable way. Just those 3, such as it is. 4 words. It's a nice phrase, yeah. Isn't that the same as you know? No. If you were a non-native English speaker, it might not mean as much to you. To a native English speaker, it's just a very classy way to say, basically, okay, such as it is like acknowledging that It's not as good as it could be, or maybe it should be. But for what it is whatever follows after that. It does the job. It's sort of like a very piercing acknowledgement of the way things are without any sugarcoating or embellishment. It's like strips away all of the fluff and lays bare the way things are. And there's a lot of subtext in it, I would say. It's different than Be That As It May. I think it's a very specific phrase. Anyway, it makes you feel good. Does Hearts of Iron have South America content? Technically, you can play Portugal and unite Brazil under the crown, but that's about it. Pretty much your only option. Or you could play Mexico and then invade. Those are your two big options, I guess. Okay, let's also grab Electronic Mechanical for our 3% research speed. And Basic Machine Tools, so that we can unlock our industrial researches. We want this before construction, because construction speed plus 10% is nice, but efficiency cap into probably dispersed industry again. I love dispersed industry, especially for a place like Manchukuo and future China. The rest of China, that is. All right, now it's time to check the focus tree. It's not the biggest focus tree, so it shouldn't take too long to parse. What are your top 3 North American countries in Hearts of Iron 4? Well, I'd have to say, in no particular order, Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Hot take. Pacify the countryside. I mean, that just sounds very important. That unlocks all the banditry decisions to help us stop getting raided, right? We only have that option or invite foreign investors, which adds civilian factories, which is very important as well. And that's a 70-day. From there, we have some not mutually exclusive choices. These we can actually do 4 of these. It looks like we can do a mission to Germany, mission to the Soviets, reach out to France or British cooperation, either or mission to the US, collaboration with the Japanese. Okay, chat. When we played as Poland, we did the Kingdom of Poland. Like, well, we did like a monarchy, right? When we did, what did we do before Poland? I feel like we've done a lot of monarchy. We've also done fascist Sweden. When was the last time we did democracy? We've done fascism, communism, and a lot of monarchism. I don't think we've done democracy in a while. King is so symbolic, though. Your mom is symbolic. Democracy sucks. Your mom... Never mind. The people don't know what they want. The people don't know what they want. All right, we definitely have to get the bandits out of here. For sure. And then I know that Chad wants to do claim the mandate of heaven. Which requires an independence war and a purge. Chad only likes one focus tree line per country. Integrate or conquer Tibet. Demand Mongolia or influence Mongolia. Can always decide a little later. I mean, that's what we're going to do anyways. I'm just choosing whether I want I think I want to just deal with the bandit problem first. Because this leads to factories and 2 research slots. Granted, one of them requires 50 factories. So we're going to get a 3rd research slot pretty early, and I think that's worth going for. But we are going to need to focus on the diplomatic side of things, too. These increase local populations. Alright, yeah, let's just pacify the countryside first. Ever since we've come to power, outlaws and rebels have tried to contest our rule in the more remote areas of the country. If we want to be taken seriously as a government, we need to root out these terrorists and show the population we can enforce our rule. You have got it. Now, even though we don't have a guy, I'm going to take my horsies. I don't think the Soviets are going to invade us right now. So I'm going to focus on our neighbors at the moment. I'm going to send the horsies up to here and infantry over here and just kind of put them somewhere. And then we can just unpause. Nothing's stopping me. I unpaused before an hour into the stream, chat. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, I forgot we have civilian factories. Do we, though? Do we, though? No, not really. Where is our capital? Over here. Sinking. We have 1. Okay, sure. Go ahead. We're gonna have another factory in 5 years at this rate. It's easy, chat. Just use a factory to buy guns. I don't think that's gonna work right now. Nobody's selling anything on the market yet. I'm not even sure who's going to be selling to us. This is going to be one of the only times we get to see what Japan is doing right from the beginning of the game. They are moving troops to a whole bunch of different islands. Starting to get entrenched. Man, honestly, playing Japan is something I have never ever been enticed to do because of this right here. Naval invasion hell. Just having to remember where all, like, it's mostly just because Hearts of Iron does not have a good way to show you where all of those islands are, and it's incredibly easy to forget about one. Like, if you're the United States and you forget about the Attu Island here, it's so easy to do, you know? Or you're playing as the Soviet Union and you forget about Kamchatka. Or you're playing as the US and you forget about Midway. There's not like a list of your holdings that are out at sea somewhere. USA forgot about Midway IRL. If it were easy, also, like, you lose one island and now you have to figure out how to organize the Navy and plan another naval... Like, doing naval invasions is not that hard. Once or twice. Doing, like, 12 naval invasions is a huge pain, not from a logistical standpoint, but from, like, a micromanagement, clicky standpoint. Like, hold on. Do I have naval supremacy in every single tile? Which also, by the way, never really made sense to me as a mechanic. I understand that it's just a game mechanic, but I'm pretty sure that when the US was sending their naval forces, for example, over here to Iwo Jima, I'm pretty sure they didn't have individual naval groups that were just sitting in the water waiting patiently on like the western seaboard to the Northeast Pacific to Hawaii to the West Emperor chain, like a game of tag. Like the invasion force just passes by all their giant naval forces like, "Hi, bye." And then the people in the western seaboard were like, "Bye, we could be helping you and supporting you and simply just going with you, but we are just going to sit here and wait to make sure that we have naval supremacy of this area. We're going to leave an entire naval force there." That's not mechanically how things worked. The US did not have separate naval forces in every region of the entire Pacific every time they did a naval invasion. The mechanics in Hearts of Iron do not allow for logistically doing things historically accurate. Italics, they literally merged their entire navy on Hawaii. Scripts. So? What does that have to do with anything, bro? So, like, okay. What does it have to do with anything I just said? Actually... The sea part should be treated more like hexes with ranges. I mean, a more realistic way to do things would be to allow naval groups to travel with the invasion parties and simulate the way that it happened in real life, which was they would plan, they would prep, a large naval force would go and bombard whatever island they were getting ready to bombard to soften up the defenses on said island, and then launch the actual boots-on-the-ground naval invasion. But they didn't have, like, a telephone string of battle groups stretching, like, Red Rover, arms-linked all the way from Japan to the U.S. They traveled in clusters. A wave of boats. So yeah, you end up having to like take the reason why it's annoying is because you have to take naval battle groups away from places where you actually need them to be hunting for enemy warships in order to support a naval invasion. You're actually making your naval invasion weaker because you could be systematically targeting the regions that you expect enemy naval forces to come from and like holding those choke points and create like a front line, so to speak, of naval ships. Italy moves to annex Assa. How dreadful. Assa, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna allow yourself to get annexed, or are you gonna... Okay, they submitted to demands. Perhaps unsurprising to many, the Sultanate of Assa has accepted Italian demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope in avoiding occupation, it's become increasingly clear colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up new positions on the border with Ethiopia. It is unclear whether the occupation will be permanent or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict in Ethiopia. One day, Assa and Ethiopia will win. Hello, Valkyrie. Thank you for the 8-month sub. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for supporting it also. Armored Chore, people arriving. Hey, Visual Warlock, thanks for 64 months, dude. We're gaming right now. People arrive. What happened? Juni, we're playing as a nation I have never played before, Manchukuo. And we're gonna see what happens. I've been watching the Pacific lately, so good, yeah. Aragorn, King of Gondor, nice. I actually just started Band of Brothers again. I haven't watched it in 10 to 15 years, probably. And it still holds up incredibly well. I've been very impressed. Some things I just vaguely... I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of remember this. And other things I don't remember this at all. But it's great. Very entertaining. Characterizations are really good. Taking a bunch of people who just look identical as airborne troops and giving them very distinct personalities. Such great film work. Yeah, it just has a different feel to it than a lot of modern depictions do. I think part of that is there was a huge I really think a large part of it is there's an overblown reaction, a disproportionate amount of blowback to anything that isn't putting a camera on a tripod, a dolly, or a crane. So every movie kind of has this sterile look to it now. Because everyone suddenly decided they hated handheld cameras in every media, and now everyone's too scared to risk it again. Even though it worked incredibly well in shows like Band of Brothers and World War II movies. I blame Cloverfield. Cloverfield was awesome, so if you blame Cloverfield, you just have bad taste. Same people who made Band of Brothers are doing an Air War series. I saw the trailer for that. I didn't like it, actually, Vance. Oh boy. A sudden Wehrmacht coup led by famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen has triggered a civil war in Germany early this morning. Fascists, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen, and military units have been seen removed from the borders to see to the internal threat. The fascists under order of Hitler have already vowed to destroy the nation rather than see it fall to the treasonous Germans. Yeah, I wouldn't say every time. I'd say every other. It's actually been about 50-50, believe it or not. The last couple times it's been Hitler through our campaigns. We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen a civil war in a couple plays, actually. It's gotten more balanced, I would say. And on our side, we can now pacify the countryside, and we've unlocked the banditry decisions. I cannot invite Japanese settlers until we get rid of banditry. So that's unfortunate because I really want the buildings and the civilian factories here. Spielberg does it well. Yeah, I think War of the Worlds, the issue that a lot of people don't understand is that you can't apply a blanket criticism of filmmaking style because different directors and creatives have different levels of ability to utilize the tools in their toolbox and leverage them in their creative pursuits. Not every movie that is completely stabilized and steady with sweeping tracking shots is good, and not every shaky cam movie is bad, but there are good and bad versions of each because there are different levels of skill, director to director or cinematographer to cinematographer, and they know when to use each tool effectively. So there are lots of imitations of each one. And the second thing I'd like to say is that one Daredevil hallway fight scene is super overrated. Okay, so should we do army modernization leading into obedience or trade delegation, which leads into an industry research bonus? I think we have to choose between these mutually exclusive branches. I know chat wants Mandate of Heaven. And obedience just sounds stupid. So... probably not that one. Because they have to be a subject of Japan. So, like, that one sucks. Regardless. I'd say. This seems like an AI choice. To just be a puppet of Japan. Unless you're just really bored. You can still do army modernization without picking obedience. Alright. Bonus for industry. Sounds good. We also can... What? Oh, did we just get like a burst of PP? Or did I just always have 193 PP? We can't, like, change any laws anyway. We're not allowed. But, oh, we just now had enough to hire somebody. Okay, that makes more sense. Factory, dockyard, silo construction, fort construction, infrastructure, and factory construction. This is like just a buff to your offense. That's unusual. Political advisor with 15% bonus attack against major countries. Supply hubs are faster. Or I just use it on these things, but we have to have bolstered nationalism. Or have 6 divisions in a specific area. Okay, I'm glad that I read these. Maintain divisions in the state for 180 days to pacify bandits in this region. We have to have 6. Okay. So we don't need them on the borders then. Understandable. Let's add 2 infantry divisions here. And let's start by... Oh, they're like here. Okay. Let's get the 6 divisions there. And figure that out. Should I spend my political power or just save it? Where's bolstered nationalism? Pretty far away. Okay, pretty far away. It's like boom, boom, boom. It's like 7, 14, 21, 28, 350 days away. I feel like going at... How much PP do we get per day? 0.69 per day. It's not a lot. You need to remove the front line from the army or they all go to it. It'll be fine. I haven't unpaused. Alright, we're not done, chat. I appreciate your backseating intensity, though. Okay, let's hire... I would say you can't go wrong with just a captain of industry here. That's one option. In my run, I took over Japan already. I was also thinking about just hiring like a research bonus. Because, like, that's probably good too. Research bonus is good. I'm gonna say, let's think towards the future. We're eventually gonna need probably some synthetic oil. And it does take a while to research that. I feel like Western Refinery is a pretty good deal. I'm gonna take Western Refinery. Okay. Now, you guys. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, signed and implemented after the Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has finally been amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey now has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of their straits, and the states around the straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. Okay, you guys all go sit here. Be good. Where's the rest of you? Oh, they're coming. They have to walk from a little further away. Can you guys go faster? You can take the rail if there is one. I just need you to go as fast as possible to this one, I think, tile. There we go. 6 divisions. Pacify the bandits in the western countryside. Activates the mission for 180 days. Boop. So they have to stay there, I think. For 180 days. Will abort if at most 5 divisions. So they just have to stay there. It's simulating them basically bringing peace to our lands. Once we have guns, which we don't. Oh my god. I didn't look at the production tab until just now. We have 1 military factory in the entire nation. It's great. It's gonna go really well. Guns, what are those? We don't need those. We don't need any stinky guns. Meanwhile, in Germany, the Junta versus the Reich, civil war. You're making almost 4 guns a day law. Yes. Yes. By the way, what's up, Not a Machine says, I'm supposed to be taking a break from Hearts of Iron 4. What are you doing to me? I'm going to get you to start a new campaign, obviously. What's up, Not a Machine? And then Rikun said, hey. I think I saw you, Rikun, but thanks again. I bet Germany has guns. One of them does, yeah. We can probably go 4x, too. Because there's really... There's not a lot we can do other than choose another research. Don't worry, Japan will protect us. Maybe. While we struggle to get on our feet and then separate ourselves from them. We live in an age when electrical machines can no longer only warm and light us, but help us think and communicate. Electronics will be the key to military intelligence in the coming century. A 3% research bonus? Yes! Okay, let's do that again. And then I'm just gonna be, I say we should just keep the greed, electronic engineering, and just catch up on research speed, because we'll eventually have 3 research slots, and then we'll be glad to have that bonus research speed, right? Why not? So, no matter what we do, we're going to get a bandit raid. There's a 25% chance of arms factory, civilian factory, or a bridge blown, or nothing happens. But once we maintain enough Western control, we'll be able to hunt them down with 500 infantry equipment stored in a stockpile, and it will remove them. The trick is getting that stockpile. We could just disband the rest of our units, which is one strategy. But anyways, Not a Machine, thank you for the 16-month sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. What was the last nation that you played? Tell me. Also, tell me who you think is going to win the Spanish Civil War. We'll do a channel point bet for that. I think it's always worth doing some channel points. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. I think it's officially time to go 4x. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December of 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty. which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, signatory nations agreed on the limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. All in on Carl. Carl did win a couple of campaigns ago. So you might be onto something there. It's possible. There was a Carl on BattleBit last night. Did anybody play more BattleBit after I stopped playing? Did you guys do any multiplayer games, or were you all BattleBitted? Did you all get bit? Like 5-6 hours of BattleBit is a lot to do in a row. BattleBit seems like a nice game to play for like 2 hours, and then go do something else, I would say. Battle bite-sized. A variety of newly developed milling machines can be used in military production, from the small and versatile types available to any machine shop to the large-scale advanced models, pushing our technological limits. Speaking of pushing our technological limits, let's go straight for Dispersed Industry 1. Especially as a minor nation, number 1, and even if we somehow unify China, there's a lot of places that will get bombed, and I will love having reduced factory bomb vulnerability, if nothing else. Concentrated industry here seems like a bad pick. So we'll get Dispersed. It has a lot of bonuses for us. Increases the amount of room we have to build, increases the base output of all of our factories by 10%, lets their efficiency stay higher if we change to different production lines, all that good stuff. The rest of the world is further ahead in industrial methods than we are. We should send out a delegation to study their techniques to find ways to improve our own. 100% research bonus for industry. Okay. So now we can try and just get two. I feel like you gotta go for the civilian factories because we have one. And this allows us to become an imperial subject of Japan, which is basically like one step higher than where we're at already, right? Hold on. There we go. Right now we're an imperial protectorate. So we can get one step more autonomy by basically asserting ourselves. We should remind them that we too are an empire worthy of respect. I'm not really sure how that works with my 7 combat divisions right now. I don't know if I deserve that respect, so to speak. If not that, then we invite foreign investors and start reaching out to different people. I'm really not sure when to jump into this tree. 2 off-map civilian factories is good on its own. I think we just have to go for the research slot. That's a 3rd research slot. It's boom, boom. Like, I don't know. The longer you wait on these, we're just gonna keep falling further and further behind. This 1936. Chat, when did Japan invade China historically? Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. Even more stoically than other nations, has for years refused to recognize the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement, the government of Yugoslavia henceforth establishes official relations with the Soviets. This policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen, but the tone of the announcement was surprisingly cordial. Chat, you guys all wrote 1936, 1937, and 1938. Those are the 3 options, yes. You've narrowed it down. Great job. June 7th, 1937. The middle result always wins. I'll take your word for it because you added a month and a day. Okay, we're about to see what bandit raid we get chosen. U.S. passes the Neutrality Act. With tensions around the globe rising, U.S. Congress has been the scene of intense discussions on the role the U.S. should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President FDR might secretly be planning to intervene in the European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the United States out of foreign entanglements. Eager to shore up support for his proposed programs of economic reform, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt has signed the Neutrality Act into law, which places heavy restrictions on trade with nations at war and specifically prohibits the president from offering any kind of support to other nations. No support at all. Banned. Only secret support. Only under the table secret support. But don't tell anybody. Why would I what do you mean modify the officer corps? What do you want me to do? You can select a theorist. Oh. No. I'm not going to do that. Spiritually, the war started with the 1931 invasion of Manchuria. You could go, I mean, we could just keep going further and further back, right? I would say if you go all the way back, it started with Genghis Khan. The fall of the Roman Empire started World War II. Kind of. If Rome never fell, then World War II would look very different, yeah. They did not invade. Are you saying Japan did not invade China? Is that what you're saying? That's an interesting take. They were just visiting. They have always been close friends. By the way, yes, the game is still on pause. All right, we're about to be getting a communist coup in Ethiopia. Members of the military and the anti-fascist organization known as the Black Lions have orchestrated a coup against the imperial government of Haile Selassie. The emperor was due to inspect the troops when he was ambushed by them and placed under arrest. Meanwhile, in Addis Ababa, the Black Lions captured key infrastructure in the city, including the emperor's residence. Many loyalists from the military and police have been killed in minor skirmishes, but what remains of the nation is now under the control of a communist-leaning provisional government. The majority of the people, exhausted by the war with Italy, have simply accepted the authority of their new government. Please help us. Won't some other communist nation come to our aid? Could we perhaps get a helping hand from some other power to get the Italians out of Ethiopia? Grug hitting a stick with another stick in 10,000 BC started the Second World War. Chat, I think long-term humanity is on a good track to avoid lots of future similar incidences, okay? I think the proliferation of computers and cell phones and information at your fingertips is the key. Not because we have more information and therefore empathy than ever before, but because of all these screens, there's going to be more widespread apathy and depression. And if you have that widespread apathy and depression, you don't care enough to go to war with anybody else. So I think that's the answer long term. It's just keep the screen time at the highest possible levels. I was admiring your optimism and then the realism set in. But we need at least a full generation of people who were raised on cell phones and big screen TVs and computers before that really takes hold. We haven't had one full generation yet. Gen Z is the closest we've come. Maybe like Gen Z to whatever is right after that. That's the sweet spot of world peace. But we also have to spread it to all the nations of the world. It can't just be a couple of us. So we have a lot of work to do. War won't be happening when iPad babies grow up and run the world. Yeah. Every baby should get an iPad. That will create world peace. I'm for it. Okay, chat, did something happen or did nothing happen? We had a bandit raid. I didn't see an event pop up. But that doesn't mean nothing happened. I still have my civilian factory. Maybe nothing did happen. Did we just get lucky? Earlier today, the Bulgarian leader, Boris III, issued an official statement showing rejection toward the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemned their activities. The Bulgarian Minister of the Interior announced the implementation of a package of extraordinary measures that will allow the government to allocate resources to take active action against the IMRO and root out this terrorist organization once and for all. With the pronouncement, it seems that finally the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tensions in the Balkans. Their days are numbered. And we got some new tech, or a new focus. Our textile works have long been the mainstay of our industry, and will be the easiest way to acquire foreign capital to expand our industrial base. We get 2 free building slots and 2 civilian factories. Wow, we went from 1 to 3. We have 300% of what we did a second ago. And we got 3 building spots here. 1, 2, 1, 1, and 1. So not a lot of room for development. So every time we get plus building slots, that's an awesome thing. That just free building slots is great. All right, I'm just going to be greedy and go for the research slot ASAP and hopefully not have any blowback. It is July 1936. We got 46 days until we've maintained Western control. I'm going to go ahead and switch over into night mode because the sun is going down in Las Vegas at 4:40 p.m. I hate standard time. I'm just gonna say that every day. I'm gonna complain about it every day. I'm gonna go to night mode. Do we really need it to be, like, light at 6 a.m.? Do we? Doesn't make any sense. Think about the farmers, Etau. Okay, I got a revolutionary idea. We already have different time zones. Okay? And we also have groups within those time zones who do not follow them. We already have states in the US who do not follow daylight savings time. Okay? So why don't we just put the farmers on a, or whoever. The farmer thing was never a real thing. Just put different people, everyone votes on which thing they want. Okay? and you can just be in whichever time zone you want. Just have all the states vote for it. That's freedom, baby. Pew, 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 pew. Let's have a war over it. No. Chat doesn't even know that Hawaii has never observed daylight savings time. You are fake fans of America. You are fake Americans. Chat, I remember this. In 2022, the United States Senate passed the Sunshine Protection Act, which would permanently activate daylight savings time, but it was not approved by the U.S. House of Representatives. I remember that. Rip the sun. We will permanently activate the sun. How many farmers do you know in Hawaii? They all died due to a lack of saved daylight. All right, night mode. Boom. Ah, it's much easier on my eyes. I think there was some contention over which way we should keep it. Chat, I remember talking about this last year, and the conclusion I came to was that the average American doesn't know which one's which. So I think that there's an overwhelming secret group of Americans who think, like I have in the past, that daylight savings time is the one that they like, but it's not. But it is. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, hang on. Is that the one where it's light longer or the one where it's light earlier? And then they vote because they don't know, and they just pick one, and so everyone thinks that it's contentious, but actually people are just confused as which one's standard time and which one's daylight savings time. Because we looked at a poll. Okay, do Americans really want daylight savings time? Oh, hold on. We just finished, Oh, we have 500 guns. Okay, this is kind of awesome, actually. So I could hunt down some of the... That would lose 1,000 manpower? Ooh, that's not good, right? That's kind of desperate, isn't it? As opposed to just sending the dudes over to pacify? I mean, that's like a way better way to do it. What is Japan doing? They're just doing Japan things. I don't know. Alright, you guys need to go as fast as possible. Strategic redeployment is on. Look how much faster the horsies are. The infantry's just trying to keep up, dude. Okay, so we're gonna pacify bandits in the northern countryside. Should we just hunt down bandits in the eastern and just sacrifice 1,000 manpower and 500 guns just so we can do both of them at the same time? And just be done with it? Because it's gonna take it takes like 180 days. It would take another 360. Also, I have 188 political power again. We just got the research speed bonus. We're gonna need to build a lot of stuff. But you know what we're gonna enjoy having? Grigory Semyonov. This guy might get taken away from us if the Soviet Civil War starts, though. So that's a bit worrisome. We can also just hoard our points and then hire him later. If there is a Soviet Civil War, we're in trouble. I don't think there's anything wrong with just having infrastructure and factory construction speed and refineries and railways. Those are always good, especially early. And then we have fort construction speed, which might be necessary at some point. All right, I'm just gonna spend it. Let's get the construction speed. We need infrastructure. The Hungarian crown has been claimed by Otto von Habsburg, who has returned to the lands. He lived in exile through Western Europe since the end of the Great War and the dissolution of his father's empire, and chose to accept the offer. Today, amidst much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace in Budapest. During his coronation speech, King Otto thanked the Hungarian people for their loyalty and devotion, and vowed to see the Habsburg lands reunited once more, promising this time Hungary would be the dominant constituent part. Will the empire rise again? Perhaps. Chad, that is the, did you guys just do a poll? For daylight savings time? Save the daylight, waste the daylight. Only 26 people responded. See? Apathy. Good. Apathy. Our country is still young. We have a real opportunity to create an entirely new system of laws based on the most modern understanding of our government. To do so, we should create a specialized facility to bring the brightest minds in Asia together. A third research slot. Nice. All right, that's what we want. Now my question is, do we do assertiveness next? Or do we go up here and invite foreign investors and get 2 more factories? I feel like the factories... And these are all 35 days, which could be very useful as well. All right, let's get the factories first. Now, if I hunt down the other bandits, we won't be able to recruit them, which will have 2 tiny units. But it's also going to take, like, we might be at war and lose various factories by the time that happens. Because bandits are still roaming. The Habsburgs are back, baby. Well done, chat. What's up, Mary Skipper Mod Squad? Okay, anyways, what I was looking... Oh, the research. Don't worry, we're still banking time. We can bank 30 days. Well, probably just construction. We have the research bonus as well. Though it probably makes sense to go ahead and jump on the 1937 tech with the 100% research increase from our focuses. You get the production efficiency cap up. Dude, that one factory is going to be so darn efficient. Incredibly efficient. One factory. Oh, that's good. Okay, what was I looking at? I was looking at... a poll. Okay, they did research a year ago, and they said what everyday people want with daylight savings time isn't clear. Polling shows that people generally don't like the disruption of gaining or losing an hour twice a year, although their feelings might not be as strong as politicians make it out to be. In an economist... Oh, the Civil War. Economist YouGov poll conducted days before the clocks changed in November, only 21% of Americans said they were looking forward to the end of daylight saving coming up, while 34% said they weren't looking forward to it. 38% said they didn't care. But there was more consensus on the concept of changing the clocks than on the solution. Among the 63% of people who wanted to eliminate the practice of gaining or losing an hour, 48% said they wanted permanent daylight savings time. They're the smart ones. 29% said they wanted permanent standard time. They're the dumb ones. And 21% had no preference. They're the apathetic ones. Apparently, less than half of respondents age 18 to 29 wanted to eliminate the twice-yearly time change. Apathy. Whereas older generations, 65 years and older, voted 77% to eliminate the twice-yearly time change. Apathy. 77% for old people want to kill it. Less than a half for young people want to kill it. They're just like, whatever, dude, I don't care. Americans experimented with permanent daylight savings time in January 1974, and it didn't go well. That was 1974, dude. They barely had color TV. Okay. As reported in the Washington Post, support for year-round daylight savings time fell from a majority in late 1973 to around 30% in 1974. Parents who found themselves sending their children to school on pitch-black cold winter mornings were particularly upset. All right, chat. I don't think it's controversial to say that American children, 1974 to 2023, are not walking to school at the same levels. Up the hill both ways in the snow. I am confident when I say that 1974 school children were walking to school in significantly higher proportions than 2023 children. Send the kids to school an hour later. Yeah. Why do kids have to be at school? Like, dude, I had to go to basketball practice at 6:45 a.m., dude. What? We had to leave the house at 6:15. When I was in middle school, so I could get to basketball practice, which means I had to wake up at like 5 something to get ready for school. And the worst, and then you're tired for the rest of the day. So how am I supposed to learn when I have to like be exhausted for over an hour and a half before school even starts? So yeah, starting school an hour later benefits. It's not even like, oh, you're lazy children, you get to sleep in. It's like people gotta go to practice and stuff before school starts, and would let that start an hour later also. And the days where I didn't have to do that, I did my homework in the mornings, because I could actually think better after I woke up for homework on the way to school than I could the night before. But that's more of an ADHD thing, so that's just applicable to me. All right, the Spanish Civil War starts. Let's go. Parents need to be home to send them to school, and workplaces won't accommodate parents coming in late. It's a never-ending loop. I mean, it has an end. There is an in there that's not that complicated, but abolish all labor. And unfortunately, we just had the largest opportunity to put it at an end from 2020 to 2022, where we found that working from home does not demonstrably affect the productivity and workability of the overwhelming majority of especially office jobs, but most places that involve computational or cubicle work. By the way, RIP. Say hello to August von Mackensen of the German military junta. German Civil War ends. Why didn't we get a pop-up for the Spanish Civil War? The Civil War that racked Germany has come to an end. The fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fanatical resistance by the Nazis causing devastation on a scale reminiscent of the Great War. It appears Hitler is dead and Nazi leadership imprisoned or executed. The provisional government has now announced it is necessary to secure their hold over the state and ensure the return of stability to the nation before there can be any thought of embarking on a process of constitutional reform. Let us hope the new regime is more accommodating. Chat, out of curiosity, those of you with jobs that transitioned to work from home largely over the last few years and then back, did you get to keep an extra work from home day even after you went back to the office? I'm still work from home, 3 of them. I currently have 2 work from home days a week. 3 and 2. I got to keep 2. I got 1 work from home day. We never went back. They tried to bring us back, but lower management had our backs. We have some flexibility, but you can't do it every day, usually 1 a week. We have 1 in chat who didn't get to keep any. Very sad. Most everyone I know works tech jobs and they all still work from home. I have 1 and my boss usually lets me take more if needed. Okay. We have overwhelming people who were full-time office who went most or full work from home. Various from 1 to complete. What I am trying to illuminate is that if your jobs can let you take 1 or more work from home days on a semi-permanent or permanent basis, they can allow you to go to work 1 hour later and work to take your kids to school. Okay? You like, it's not important on the 1 to 4 days a week. You don't have to go in at all. But on the days you do, don't take your children to school 1 hour later. We can't allow that. Dispersed industry. Good job. 20% more factories in each state. Chat, do you know what 20+% of 1 is? It's still not 2, unfortunately. It's all day off or nothing. Very happy with this. All right, 1936. We do need to think about going to war, but, like, I don't know. Let's just keep being greedy with industrialization like we do in every campaign and hope Japan covers our back. Wait, who's fighting here? Chat, why is Japan fighting the Soviet Union over Vladivostok? Nobody's at war. It's a border exercise thing Japan can do. Oh, okay. They're also expanding Manchurian railways right now. Build a level 1 railway from Liaotong to Dalian and East Hebei. They got the Manchurian project going. Manchukuo gets plus 10% base stability and 10% war support and 150 political power. And they already expanded the Showa Steelworks in Liaotong with 2 civilian factories. I don't know where that is. So, did we actually get the benefit of the civilian factories, or did they go to Japan? Okay. Either way, seeing what they're up to. We are waiting on another 150 days to maintain control in the north from the bandit groups. We're inviting foreign investors to get some off-map civilian. We got a single military factory and 760 guns. And we should honestly, like, how much, these take 300 infantry equipment. We should start training. Even though it's sad. So, we'll get 2 of our saddest divisions to come out with what guns we're able to supply them with. I have trouble with the designing units, especially for width. It's essential to doing well in this game. It's really not that hard or that specific. Like, typically, there isn't like one catch-all right answer anymore. It used to be 20 combat width was pretty acceptable, or multiples of 20. Now it kind of depends on where you're fighting. So if you're fighting, like, for example, if I was going to be playing in Czechoslovakia, which has a significant mountain range that takes the largest portion of the west, right? What I would do is look at those mountains and see we have combat width of 70. Okay? But what's important is, what's changed primarily since the olden days, is we have this additional attacks of 35 number. So that wasn't something that used to be a factor. The additional attacks are your flanks. So if we were fighting over the hills here, from the other hills. Like, this is a hills, not a mountain. But still, there's hills and mountains both, right? So there's a mountain that's combat width of 50, with additional attacks of 25. So for Carlsbad, if they were attacking from the hills here, we have a combat width of 50, and then their flank has a combat width of 25. So there is a number that you don't want to exceed, where you will get basically debuffs if you go too far over. And that's what makes it more complicated now. But in general, you just want to find something that is going to fit neatly in there without going significantly over. And I honestly have to look up where the penalty gets untenable. So I will just simply consult the wiki. Because I think they maybe made it overcomplicated in sort of a good way, where it's slightly less important that you min-max this now. However, okay. In the example that they give, if you had a combat width of 80, the maximum width that you could field is 106. So you can go over, but it'll penalize you. The downside of going over and just spamming, as some people in chat are saying, is that your penalty maxes out at 32.5%, right? So your 106 combat width there in that example, fighting in an 80 combat width tile, are suffering a combined 32% penalty to their total strength. So even though you're fielding 106 combat width, your combat width is actually if we multiply that by 77.5%, you're actually only fighting at, math is hard, hold on. 106 times 0.775 at 82. So you're going back down to around the combat width anyways, right? You're going back down to as if you had 82 combat width in an 80 width tile. So you're not really getting more benefits, but you're throwing more troops into the grinder and they're fighting with a big penalty. However, if you spam too much and you go above that 32.5% penalty, you won't be able to field those troops. And that's what makes it important. So, like, if your total penalty would be 33 or 34 or 35%, it'll just take one of the troops out and not let them fight at all, which makes things slightly more confusing. All right, so let me show you an example. This is the example that the wiki gives, because I know there's a bunch of... I'm not looking at chat, but I imagine there's peep-OGs. Oh, there's not any peep-OGs. Okay, this is the example. This is the example that the wiki gives. In Plains tile with 70 combat width, the last out of 8 10-width divisions will remain in reserve. So you're fielding 8 10-width divisions, because the combat width is already filled, even though the combat width penalty would only be 14.3%. So if you fill exactly, you can't overfill. Whereas if you had fielded, say, in a 70 combat width tile, something that doesn't neatly fit, like 15 combat width divisions, right? You have 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. Since it hasn't been neatly filled, that last one will be able to go over with a small penalty. This is like trying to explain obscure board game rules. Obscure board game rules to people. You're like, I promise you, this board game's really fun. I'm late for class. But anyway, the short answer is, despite if you read online anywhere that there is one best combat width generically, that was written by a lazy person who doesn't care very much, because there isn't one right now. And they designed it that way on purpose. So you just have to look around at what types of tiles you have around you. Like in my case, we're going to be fighting in a lot of forests. Just a lot of forests. And if we wanted to go into China, lots of mountains. Okay? And I have to decide if I want to create divisions that will neatly fit into forests. Do I want something that is going to be able to fit, like, these are what? Combat width 60. And then plains are combat width 70. So I could do something that would go neatly into 60 combat width, like 20 combat width divisions if I wanted to. It looks like 15 would actually be pretty good, because we have additional attack value of 30. That would just fit perfectly without going over and incurring any penalties. But then if those 15 combat width were fighting in the plains, they would go over. So it really depends on if you want, like, fewer really juicy, strong divisions, or if you want a bunch of scattered, weaker divisions that reinforce each other. Is there a bonus for underfilling? Nope. You just have less firepower, yeah. So underfilling is always bad. You always want to be able to go over the combat width if possible, or like at the combat width if possible. But you're not going to be able to easily, because at the beginning of the game, you're going to have at most, like for Manchukuo, right, one division per tile. So we're not going to be able to meet that combat width anyways. Okay. Anywho, hopefully that didn't make things more confusing. Suffice to say, if you find it really that head-scratching, you don't need to worry about it too much. You can just experiment with it and see what feels good to you. I would always strive for higher than 12 combat width. At least. Tiny baby units with 6-8 combat width are always going to feel very weak and bad, unless you have fielded a ton of them. The other important aspect about big combat width is organization of your units. So if I was going to edit a division, right, and I only have like 3 infantry, we have a combat width of 6. It's very, very small. However, if I wanted to start adding support, notice how I have this organization, which is effectively my soft HP and whether or not my unit will retreat or continue to attack. 60 organization. Oh, that's pretty high. But then we add even a single support unit, and now it dips down to 45. So our organization goes down because we have fewer infantry relative to our support artillery or non-infantry units. So having large combat width can also be beneficial because maybe you're adding additional infantry to boost your organization, which is in turn just giving you more manpower, more guns pointed at the enemy, and that will allow you to field either more support units or more line artillery or more tanks or whatever, right? Stronger individual fighting pieces. So there's kind of a balancing act. Combat width is great, but it also depends on what is making up that combat width. Because if you have 20 combat width and it's all like line anti-air, that's not going to do anything. So you have to balance all of it. Constructing machines capable of advanced differential analysis will radically change what sort of machine-assisted calculations can be made. 4% to global research speed for everything that we're researching. Okay, we need to start thinking about the fact that we're going to be at war soon. So we're so behind on construction though. All right, this is the last one, and then we're gonna pivot into catching up on some infantry stuff that we have been missing, I think. I'm going to make the anti-air division template now. Good idea. The games of the 11th Olympiad were recently held in undamaged parts of devastated and newly rebuilding Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 different nations across the world, the 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live television coverage. The games, a symbol of renewed German national unity, were also a significant propaganda victory for the new German military junta, which, despite tremendous costs of rebuilding the nation after the Civil War, spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the games. Three infantry, 3 anti-air. Bring it. I'll just be there in a moment. What's up, MB Saturn? God, you having fun? I'm 2 hours late. What happened? Hello, we're playing Manchukuo for the first time, so if it all goes belly up, it's because I don't know what I'm doing. This is a first Manchukuo run. And we are kind of just feeling it out as we go. I'm trying to industrialize. We're getting some foreign investors to come in now. Humiliating though it may be, the best way to industrialize our nation is approaching the very people who have been exploiting us. 2 off-map civilian factories. We have gone from 1 civilian factory helping us build buildings to 5. It's pretty good. We're losing a lot due to various laws that we are not capable of really changing yet, but those are steps in the right direction. Off-map is the most loyal ally. Yeah. It is. Something that we very desperately need. Now, we actually can't do any of these unless our party is not aligned except collaborate with Japan. So I just wanted to go ahead and grab those 2 factories and then go and try. We're going to try for assertiveness. If we get crushed really fast doing this, then so be it. We'll just start over, but faster. The Japanese continue to rule over us with an infuriating arrogance. We should remind them that we, too, are an empire worthy of respect. Modify our low legitimacy with some really important stability. We have 12% stability, which really affects our factories' output. And we don't have any dockyards. But political power gain is also hampered by this. And war support being up is also affecting stability. If we were at war, which we're presently not. But we probably will be dragged into one soon. What is Jesse Owens combat with? Well, he is a unit. So I'm assuming he takes up a lot of combat width. That dude is a unit. Tune-up pickup, thank you for 57 months of sub. Appreciate the tier 1. Thanks for supporting the stream. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Oh, we need to do a poll for Spain. This is kind of a dangerous poll because not everyone always appears. Wait, not a poll, sorry, a prediction. Which Spain will win? You will have 10 minutes to put your channel points on the line, so everyone who is AFK gets a chance. Your choices are, between what's here already, we have Nationalist Spain, who is the fascist faction. They're in the north. We have Republican Spain, just known as Spain. They are the Democratic Communist split here. Okay, then we have Anarchist Spain, who spawns around Barcelona. And that is the really fun campaign that we did, but the Anarchists they haven't won in a while. It's been a, I don't know if I've ever seen them win, actually. That's sort of the underdog. We did see Carl. Carl, I think, fractures from Nationalist Spain. And Anarchist fractures Republican Spain. Now, Carl doesn't always appear. Does most of the time, though. So, just be warned. That's, I would say, the favorites to win are probably Nationalist Spain and Republican Spain. I would say if I had to put it like from favorites, most likely to least likely to win, it'd probably be Nationalist Spain, then Republican Spain, then Carlist Spain, then Anarchist Spain. Okay, you have 10 minutes to put your channel points on the line. When are we doing a Carl run? I don't know. We might. Maybe I'll do a Carl run. Spain. Maybe eventually we'll do like a Spain tutorial campaign. Because I always say to play Spain, so I need to put my money where my mouth is there, I guess. Turret lathes are providing indispensable for mass production, ensuring efficient construction, and the use of the lathes themselves will give us a significant industrial advantage, plus 10% to efficiency cap. Therefore, we can now go from 60 to 70% on our single military factory. Let's add another sad division. We just need all the different divisions we can get to help. Okay. I think now radio's good. Radio's good, but we really need this old... We need to be making 1936 guns. I don't know if I want to use political power. I'm not going to use any organizations yet. 5 guns a day. Yeah, we need to get some tech. Meanwhile, it is Happy New Year, 1937. We're about to see if anything happens with the bandits in one day. The one factory that we have has been sabotaged. Last time we actually got nothing bad happen, so we were due. Reports have come in from one of our factories in blank. reporting that a major fire broke out last night. Local firefighters are still tackling the blaze, but are confident they will have the fire under control by the end of the day. The damage to the factory appears to be significant, as the fire appears to have started in the storage area for highly flammable chemicals. Military intelligence has started a thorough investigation to find out how it could break out despite the strictest safety measures. Military factories receive 0.6 levels of damage. These terrorists must be hunted down. Okay, let's fix our one military factory first with 5 of our civilian factories. We have the strictest of safety protocols for our factories in Manchukuo, apparently. But even that wasn't enough. I love that we're still building our first civilian factory. Now we have halted production of all infantry equipment for many months. Italy agrees to peace deal with the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. In a remarkable turn of events, Italy has agreed to a ceasefire with the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Italian troops have begun withdrawing to their original borders with the People's Democratic of Ethiopia, surrendering any territorial gains they achieved. The Soviet Union's apparent willingness to go to war for Ethiopia doubtless played a part in Mussolini's decision to withdraw. It remains to be seen how the Italian public will react to this humiliation. They have signed a white peace. Will Mussolini survive this? Soviet Union demands the end to the Italo-Ethiopian War. The threat of major war erupting has startled leaders across the globe. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin has demanded that Benito Mussolini end Italy's illegal war against the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Stalin has made it clear that if Italy does not comply, he will be willing to use force to make them do so. In recent months, the Soviets have been keen to aid the People's Democratic Republic with equipment and advice. It is becoming increasingly clear they consider the country to be part of their own sphere of influence. Meanwhile, Latvia declares a war. Versus communists. There is a common turn. Oh no. Common turn Latvia. Here we go again. Meanwhile, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Puppets Ethiopia. Soviet Union has puppeted Ethiopia. That's definitely a first. I have not encountered that event. Cool. Nice start, yeah. Interesting. It's brand new. All right, we need to maintain control for 70 more days, and then we'll have the third one, and we'll have peace. And then we can work on recruiting the bandits. So we need to save 150 PP to recruit all the bandits and get some free units, but that's going to necessitate bolstering nationalism. Maybe the anarchists have a chance. Chat, you've got less than 5 minutes to put your channel points on the line. There are over 3.4 million channel points on the line. You could win big. All you gotta do is be willing to go in deep. 35% for Nationalist Spain, 36% for Republican Spain, 18% for anarchists, 17. Oh, it just shifted in favor of Carl over the anarchists. You need to tab back in and put your channel points in to decide who is going to win the Spanish Civil War. Show me those points. Millions of points are being wagered right now. Okay, we actually got 2 extra divisions. And then we're going to do this fun little trick right here where we just force deploy this line instantly without caring. And now we've got another squad of 6. Which is exactly how many divisions we need to try to get control and pacify the eastern countryside. So the eastern countryside should be here. So I need to delete their orders. That way we can kind of 2 birds, 1 stone this. Try and get out in front, because they have to sit there for another 50 days. So we're taking everybody off the borders. Pacify or recruit. Wait, can you not do both? Oh, I thought you could pacify them and then recruit them. Okay, well, who cares? I'm just going to pacify them then. Because I don't have 7, 14, 210 days to wait. And also hoard 150 political power. It is what it is. Now that I've pacified you, join me. Yeah. I pacified you against me, so that you're not fighting. We could fight together against a common foe. That's what I was thinking. The Japanese continue to rule over us with an infuriating arrogance. We are now an imperial subject as opposed to the bottom tier of puppet. So we get a little bit of legitimacy, a little bit. And we have chosen our mutual exclusive here. So, next. Request control of the railways. Also, I have a free military factory, which I'm going to use to make... Wait, where do we get... Wait, do we get 4 military factories because we're regaining control after getting imperial subject status? Oh, cool. So yeah, now we have 4 military factories. Okay, and we have almost 500,000 manpower. So this is good/bad timing. We really need, sorry, these guns. So we're just gonna start making the new rifle with the 4 factories. Japan. Oh, Japan did build 2 military factories. Yeah, they were doing heavy industry development. But where'd the other one come from? We had to have gotten 1 from our puppet status, and then 2 from industrial development. Now they're working on the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, unsurprisingly. That is pretty standard. There's like 10 dudes making all the guns for your army. Well, our army's not very big. We have tiny little... the ones that I'm training are 3 units in 1 division. 6 combat with. They're very strong. In their hearts. They have a lot of spirit. All right, your time to put channel points on the line is up. Latvia was annexed, presumably by the Soviets, because they are now Latvian SSR. Up to 19 stability, yeah! From like 0 to 19. We're building. We're getting better every day. 104k on anarchy. Nice. Okay, we need 30 command power to promote a field marshal. We have no divisions in basic because our divisions are awful. What we really should do is just edit this and then add another infantry to the ones we already have. Like 6 combat with, I think 8 is the minimum I ever want to fight with, and that's going to take 300 of our 400 guns in storage. And also 5 of our army experience. So we're just going to, like, reinforce the divisions that we just got done training. All right, we're nearly done maintaining northern control. This is just the faster way to do this. It'd be cool to recruit them, though. But... okay, so I can move them now, right? It is complete. We're good. Put them back on the border. Start digging in. Entrenching. We got 3 techs coming up here shortly. 133 political power. We're saving up. Might be worth getting the attacking division speed guys soon. And plus 15% damage against major powers is pretty good. You had 10 minutes to put your channel points on the line. And now, let us see. Nationalist Spain is getting pushed back. Maybe it's time for the anarchists to show themselves, perhaps? Dispersed industry too. Further decentralizing our manufacturing makes it harder to strike at specific parts of it. Okay, we are current on our industry. More space for factories. 10% faster output. Better retention when we change assembly lines. Now we need to catch up on infantry because we have Type 3 heavy machine gun and Type 11 mortar. Get some automatic weapons. Some nice defense and breakthrough bonuses, I think. Start powering up. Start charging our energy. Okay. I assume we're not going to accidentally declare war on Japan here. Hopefully it'll tell me when that's going to happen. I'm sure they don't appreciate us continuously demanding more independence. We have joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere faction together under our master. Okay, they dragged us in, whether we wanted to be in there or not. In a country as big as ours, controlling the railways means controlling the country, and the Japanese control the railroads. That has to change. Unlocks a new decision, and we get 4 free building slots and 4 free infrastructure in Kirin, Liaoning, Songqiang, not Xinjiang, and Liaotong. Okay, so check out that sweet infrastructure, dude. Honestly, not bad. 3 out of 5 is actually respectable. The 2 out of 5 needs to go up, especially on this border. So that is pretty sweet. Now, a challenge. What is the new decision we unlocked? Divert machine tooling is, with railways under our control, we can ensure that shipments of machine tools get lost in administrative error. Add a building slot in a civilian factory in 90 days for 50 political power. An administrative error, you say? Yeah, I think that's always worth using. Let's just go that route. Next, we have mutually exclusive decisions. Staff the courts with Manchus or 5 equal peoples. All right, and they will lead. This requires purge. Okay, so you can take these routes regardless of which of these 2 you do. So, if we staff the court with Manchus, we can expand the Imperial Guard, gain 4 units with 7 infantry, 2 artillery battalions, gain 4 military factories, oh my god, and 10% stability. If we go 5 equal peoples, we can get White Russian advisors, division recovery rate and attack bonuses up, gain 7 units with 3 infantry battalions, and unlock the decision to raise the banners and get 2% recruitable population. What are we at right now? Volunteer only 1.5. That would like double our potential manpower. And empower the Legislative Council. 150 political power, and then stability and war support. Okay, these are both pretty good. Actually, yeah, this is part of Purge. Not part of this, my bad. It's still 4 military factories and 4 what I would consider elite units compared to the rest of our armies. Or some division bonuses, 7 tiny units, and then a big recruitable population bonus. Tough call, chat. Tough call. I'm just thinking, it's kind of like a this is good now versus this is good later. What's good now? The Imperial Guard and the 4 military factories. Those are good now. The manpower is good later. Would you rather fight 4 big units or 7 small? Because recruitable population necessitates us being able to recruit them with guns. And 4 military factories right now is double our current military factories. You are China, though. You won't be lacking manpower for a long time. Yeah, I think that the Russian advisor's effect is good. And I think that this is good, too. But I think in my heart of hearts, I want to... feel like I want to do the other things. I want to do the left. I think I want to staff the court with Manchus. The Qing dynasty has ruled China for centuries. If we want to reclaim our former glory, we must ensure that we follow their example as closely as possible. 10% to base stability. Let's give that a try. Austria denies referendum. Austria has outright rejected the Hungarian calls for referendum, despite Hungary's increasing belligerence. The latter has accused the Austrian government of flagrantly disregarding the democratic rights of their people. They have stated they will not shy away from the use of force to protect the Austrian people's desire to be reunified with their Hungarian brethren. Both sides have now begun to mobilize, and war seems inevitable. Interesting. Poland has declared civil war on the Polish Republic. The Polish Peasant Union is back. Improved methods and materials let us make buildings faster. 10% faster, in fact. Okay. Construction 2 is also good. But you know what's better? I'm expecting war soonish. And I think radio is better now for that coordination and reinforce rate. And we'll get the build bonus once we're caught up. The young state of Poland has erupted into civil war. Decades of government infighting and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in rural eastern Poland has led to a general strike from the nation's lower classes earlier this year, and the continued brutal treatment of the strikers by the police and military has split the nation in two. The peasant government, headed by... oh god, I just did Poland, hold on. Stanisław? Is that a W sound and then a V? The W is a V sound? Or no, it's the wait, yeah. Stanisław. And then Miko Wajis Mikałajik. That's the best I got. It was backed by the Democratic Front Morge faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist, socialists, and liberals. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and the peasants in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of peasants. They should have gone Romanov. They wouldn't have to deal with this. Yeah. Disaster was narrowly averted today when a diesel fuel leak was discovered on the German airship Hindenburg as it came into dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. The leak was promptly repaired. Had it gone unnoticed, flammable vapor could have resulted in a fire that would have engulfed the entire airship. Critics have long questioned the wisdom of passenger airships, given a spotty safety record, but this will make them even more vocal. Indeed, it will. It survived. It did survive. Okay, new guns. So we were using like old 1918 equipment on the left And I know that the Type 13 looks similar to the Type 38, but we're going to new 1936 gear, which has 10% more defense, 50% more offensive breakthrough, double the infantry attack, double the armor attack. This gun still runs at 4 kilometers an hour, which was a huge innovation in 1918, having the self-propelled 4 kilometer an hour gun. Has 4 times the amount of piercing through armor value. Same reliability. A little more expensive to make. It's pretty fast for a gun. Yeah, it's pretty quick for a gun. May 1937. Okay. We should probably learn how trucks work. We should probably learn how support equipment works. I don't remember the last time I started without knowing what support equipment was. Radios, jeeps, pontoons, and other equipment used to support the troops. Yeah, that's an important one, I'd say. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and just change all our 1918 infantry equipment to the new gun that we just got, the new hotness, which might lower our production efficiency, but we just lowered it anyways because we just added 4 factories. We're going to use the Mukden Arsenal in order to produce these and start building some funding for our manufacturer from the last DLC. We lose some efficiency, but we just had to do that because we need to start making the nice guns. Minimum. That's the minimum. Why is this highlighted? I don't know. Meanwhile, in Spain, brutal conflict. The Spanish, if you play Spain, you'll understand why this civil war takes so long. It's very intentional. Interesting game mechanics. One day we'll do the Spanish tutorial run. That'll be fun. Since I always advocate for Spain as the best starter nation. I did try a mini Spain campaign to make sure I could still beat the Civil War very easily, and it teaches you a lot of very necessary bits about how to play the game in slow motion, because each battle takes like 4 times longer because of the specific restrictions on combat in Iberia. So I stand by what I said. I did win the Civil War. I tested it to make sure I wasn't just hallucinating and remembering a campaign that didn't exist. Yeah, we're going at a nice pace. June 1937. Slowly industrializing and catching up on some very necessary research and just waiting for the world to change. Which it already is. We're at 8% world tension right now. But anyway, I appreciate the new and recent follows. I'm not going to call you out, but I can occasionally see a little notification. Appreciate you. What do we have? Timing out. Oh, 29 days till more bandit raids. There they are. The Spanish Commune joins the fight. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain and Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints has now led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise has meant the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. I had to read it fast so we get to this part of the new soundtrack. They're here, and they've taken Barcelona. They got a nice little chunk of lands. Oh no. Famous aviator Amelia Earhart, the first woman to complete a solo flight across the Atlantic, has disappeared with her navigator Fred Noonan near Howland Island in the middle of the Pacific. The two were attempting a flight around the entire world in their twin-engine Lockheed Electra plane when they vanished. A search for the missing aviators is being conducted by U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, but there is little hope of finding them. That's because the U.S. Coast Guard at that time was basically like a dude, probably in like a crop duster, just flying around like, nope, don't see him. Guess I'll go back home. There weren't exactly highly advanced techniques for tracking down lost planes in the ocean at that time. They just kind of like flew around a little bit and were like, nope, not here, I guess. Let's go fly somewhere else. Maybe we'll see them there. 1936 Coast Guard. Oh wait, 1937 Coast Guard. At italics, the Coast Guard was instrumental in the Normandy landings. Oh, the famous Normandy landings of 1937. I forgot about those. The Qing dynasty has ruled China for centuries. If we want to reclaim our former glory, we must ensure that we follow their example as closely as possible. 10% base stability. We're back to 29%, dude. Stability represents a lot of factors for us, but mostly our factories are getting better and our political power gain is getting better. Okay, and we can get another 10% stability and war support. But, like, we gotta get those 4 military factories and the infantry. How much could things really change in 5 years, Etel? All right, chat, it's time for a nice little... It's time to teach. It's time for a learning moment. They didn't get much shipbuilding done in those 7 years. What if I told you that the Coast Guard, when they searched for Amelia Earhart, primarily used float planes and not ships to search? Their literal technical capabilities to search for a downed plane in the ocean were extremely limited. So here I will read you from the Naval Aviation Museum how limited those attempts were. In fact, originally Amelia Earhart disappeared in July 1937 and is an enduring mystery to this very day. Once they disappeared, we have one of the greatest, let's see. When efforts on the part of personnel on board the cutter to contact the airplane proved fruitless, she got underway. She being, Coast Guard cutter Itasca. Here we have, the Navy ordered battleship Colorado in Hawaii to provision and depart for the vicinity of Howland Island, located over 1,600 miles from Honolulu. It joined the small seaplane tender, Swan, which had been dispatched to Howland Island to support seaplanes that could be called into action to search. Colorado carried 3 03U Corsair observation float planes, which on July 7th began conducting aerial searches for the downed flyers. They literally just flew planes around, looked out their windows, and tried to see if they could see anything. That is exactly what they did. They carried out searches at an altitude of 1,000 feet using their eyeballs only. With visibility and sea state such, he considered it possible to see a raft from a distance of 5 miles. Colorado's aircraft ended their search efforts on July 12th, having flown 21.2 hours and 1,908 miles each. All told, Colorado, with her planes, covered within the radius of visibility an area of 25,490 square miles. And that is with 3 planes. So they just sent the boat out with 3 planes and looked around. That is 1937 technology, okay? Then, what they did was order the aircraft carrier Lexington to make a high-speed run to search the area. Lexington then assumed control of the search for Earhart and Noonan on July 12th, which is 10 days later. Okay, so 10 days after the disappearance. That's a long time in a search. They were able to get 63 aircraft on that aircraft carrier to go looking around. 3 days later, with carrier aircraft having covered thousands of square miles, search efforts were suspended. There you go. That's it. So they sent 3 planes, and then 10 days later, they sent 1 aircraft carrier. Never found them. And the boats had nothing to do with it. All right, anyway, there's a little history for you, chat. Now, start the song over. I am not giving up one day of finding Amelia Earhart alive today. So, 3 crop dusters, yes. That's not bad with just 3 planes, but yeah, Ocean Beak. Ocean Beak. And they could only go based on the last radio transmission of the Amelia Earhart's plane to try and guess. Like, let's put it like this. We still can't find MH370 in 2023, and that's a passenger airliner. Okay? They didn't stand a chance in 1937, unfortunately. Sometime during the last night, a major railway bridge in blank collapsed under the weight of a passing ammunition train. Rescue and recovery efforts have been made difficult by the secondary explosions from the ammo. The crew of the train is missing, presumed dead. Military intelligence dispatched a team to investigate the site as soon as it's safe to do so, to find out how a sturdy bridge could collapse with no warning signs. Local witnesses report seeing a small group in the valley below the bridge on the day before the collapse. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. These terrorists must be hunted down. Infrastructure damage. All right, we'll let that get fixed of its own devices. Hey, I survived the train crash. What's up, Def2? MH370 should be incredibly easier to find, though. It's a metal plane. Hold on. Chat, what are Lockheed Electras made out of? China declared war on the Guangxi clique. Oh no. Cardboard. It's starting to happen. I'm trying to fish the conspiracy theorists out of chat. I assume that was a I assume that was a bandit raid. All right, these are our little weak divisions. We're doing our best. Send them to the front with Minkakuro. The ocean is deep and wide and always moving. Just imagining like that. The ocean is never in the same place twice. It's always moving, shifting the positions of the islands. Statistically speaking, there's at least one person in chat who thinks the islands are just floating on top of the ocean. At least one, probably more. China declared war on Xinjiang. Oh boy, China's going crazy. And it's me. Okay, I can't tell how many people in chat are joking or not at this point. I'm not sure. They're obviously floating. How else would they stay above water? He thinks they're not floating. If they're floating, they would eventually drift off the edge of the world. Support equipment. We have discovered how radios, jeeps, pontoons, and other support equipment work, apparently. You're laughing now, but just wait until you're on vacation and your island capsizes. We need to start researching some support companies. It's not 1938 yet. We need trucks. What is the most important support company for us is probably just Engies. Like, you just can't go wrong with engineers. So let's learn how engineer companies work. And we're gonna need to start producing our own support equipment. I would say 5 on guns, 3 on support just to get us started is maybe overdoing it on support equipment, but we need to like retroactively add support companies to the divisions that we already have, which means I'm gonna need more support equipment once we have those factories, which we will in like 140 days. Have those people never seen a map? The world is clearly flat. Have you ever played Subnautica? Of course they're floating. Haven't you noticed the island tips to one side when too many people are on that side? Okay, China's kind of declaring war on everybody right now. Shanxi, the Guangxi clique, and Xinjiang are now at war with China. I can modify the government. Do we really need to go to limited conscription? I mean, we have 450,000 dudes. We can't change... Oh, dude, we can change the economy. Why can't I do this now? But I couldn't a second ago. Yeah. This is the one we need. Always get off a civilian economy whenever possible. So the things that this does for us. Number one, it reduces the required amount of civilian factories that we have to dedicate to our civilian populace, which right now is 5, because the people expect 35% of the combined civilian and military factories to be set aside for their stupid purposes, okay? They don't know what's coming. We're time travelers, and we know what's about to happen. So we're here to take all their amenities away from them and repurpose their factories into things that will benefit the war effort, okay? So changing from civilian to starting to mobilize the economy reduces the expected amount from 35 to 25%, and then 20, and then if you go total, 10%, but there's some debuffs there. We also reduced this incredible 30% slower build speed for military and civilian factories. So actually getting a bonus to military factories. So those are the two main benefits there. So that is huge. Now we're up to 8. We just freed up some factories. We have 8 civilian. That's good. I want to get to 15. Do the research pop-ups take into account the speed bonuses? I think so, yeah. Yeah, it should. With this, we have a 12%. Plus we have a faster synthetic oil. Is at 72 days. So you can actually highlight the days, and you can see that what bonuses it's receiving. So the pop-up is counting our total bonuses from research speed, Western refineries, all that stuff. Carl! Chat, Carl's here. Wary of being sidelined increasingly and having their influence over the Nationalist Front curtailed. The Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist riquetes, predominantly in the north of the country, have turned on erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against Republican enemies. The effect of their military position in the Civil War is being downplayed by nationalist leadership, but it is evident that current chaos presents ample opportunity to the Republicans. Oh, Carl. oh, Carl. You have a lot of ground to cover there. Good luck, channel point betters on Carl. I wish you the best. But you have a lot of ground to cover, guys. Best of luck. Now, we just unlocked the heavy machine gun support. That's just a nice defense and offense bonus for all of our troops. Small, but every bit adds up. We need all of them. Then it is September 1937, so it's almost 1938. We already got radio coming in. Where are the other? Sorry, didn't mean to click that. We got another one in 36 days. Okay. In that case, trucks? I say let's just learn how trucks work. How does truck work for military, please? I like this graphic. I like the art there. Good luck, Carl. We'll be rooting for you. We'll check in on you from time to time to see how you're going. It's already September 1937. I feel like we're due for something bad. Oh! We got rid of banditry. We're at 39% stability. We're at 25% war support. Hey! Good job, everyone. Good freaking job. Oh, Minkakuo joined the Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere. Okay, so our new front line should probably look like this, actually. Oh, we need to promote a field marshal. Okay, I'm gonna promote this career officer, Isenjoro Zikia. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I tried. Terrible supply consumption skills, but they're the best person for the job, offensively, defensively, and planning-wise. You could argue that our cavalry leader is better, but this is just cheaper. It only costs 30 to promote. They will lose a skill, but can have some new traits assigned. That'll cost 15 for the trait. Okay, but yeah, we need a field marshal badly, which means we need a new commander. Let's get this infantry officer who's going to get an experience factor of 100%. Good offense, bad defense, good planning. I mean, I say good in quotes, but you get the idea. Okay, so we're going to put the 8 units on the border with China to kind of back that up. Do I really need to worry about Mongolia right now? This is a large border. Do I need to worry about Mongolia right now? Or just put everybody on the border with China? Or I guess we could do, like... Are we gonna be at war with Shanxi or anybody? Let's just go Shanxi. So that way they'll be close. Everyone will be kind of close and can reinforce. But yeah, more soldiers there is very useful. You know what that means, chat? That actually ironically means it's time to take a gamer death break. Oh yeah, I can't save because this is an Iron Man game. I will take a quick BRB because it's been 3 hours. Okay. So I'm gonna turn up your pizza time. Let you listen to your favorite songs. And put a little BRB message up. All right, chat. I'll be back in just a few. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. I will now BRB. Oh no, it's this song! Oh no! Why? I want to learn to play Hearts of Iron 4, but it's so confusing! It's not that bad. What's up, Milk? How's it going? Unfortunately, I cannot teach you to comprehensively play Hearts of Iron in a brief enough period of time that it would make sense. It just takes practice in reading. I watched a week of Etal playing the game. Just watch 400 hours of Etal playing it, you'll get the basics. We did just start this campaign today, and we're still towards the beginning. So, this is the least confusing time to jump into a new campaign. So you're in the right place. I try to explain everything that I do and all the decisions I make in a way that hopefully is instructional sometimes. I am not listening to this song. Loda de Vecchi Amici. This is the worst song on the whole soundtrack. I'm sorry. Like, I've had nightmares about that song. Seriously. It gets stuck in my head, and then I have a nightmare, and it's in the nightmare. What's sad is the $800 of DLC, you need to get caught up. Nope, it's only $5. $5 for a month of DLC. You could, if you subscribed for an entire year, you would pay $60, actually. Get your whole fill of Hearts of Iron and be on your way if you wanted to, or decide that you really like the game and then get the things you like about it on sale. Also, they don't have $800 of DLC for Hearts of Iron, I don't think. Other games, maybe. But yeah, anyway, where were we? We're playing Manchukuo, currently a puppet of Japan, technically a imperial subject. We just got elevated to imperial subject position. War is breaking out between China, the Guangxi clique, Shanxi, and Sinkiang, and we just got done getting rid of bandits who were invading the countryside of Manchukuo, and we brought a little bit of peace back to that countryside. And at the moment, we are expanding the Imperial Guard, which is going to create some nice free infantry units for us that are quite powerful. Going to give us a nice edge that we currently don't have. But yeah, I would say Taco Tyler, thanks for 30 months, who says, E. We just built our first building. Thank you again, Taco Tyler, for supporting the stream. We are, I don't know if my normal strategy is to get at least 15 usable civilian factories. And then start building other stuff. Because you can always convert the civilian factories to military factories later. Which will take time. But I always like trying to get 15 civilian. That's sort of my just baseline goal. You can accomplish that by also just taking some focuses that will build you some factories. And of course, certain focuses that build military factories will sort of lower the total number of civilian factories by extension of increasing the demand on the civilian economic factories. Like, they'll take a few more civilians to try to compensate. Right now, they want 25%. We add up our civilian and military factories, and they want 25% of those in civilian factories for consumer goods. So the more military factories you build, the more civilian factories you need to compensate to keep, like, 15 available for building. The Imperial Guard will form the elite of our new army and be a great example for all soldiers to aspire to. 4 new units, and they have level 5 veterancy. They are truly elite. 20 combat with divisions. These guys have 2 line artillery, which is great, but also bad because we don't currently make artillery. So every time they lose an artillery piece, we will not be able to replace it because we do not build any right now. However, these guys are the strongest that we can offer. The best possible units that we can field right now. We got 4 divisions of them that I am going... Oh. How did that happen? Marco Polo Bridge incident has been fired off by Japan. I didn't get a pop-up about it, though. China just gave up the land, I guess. Why wasn't there a pop-up? That's interesting. But yeah, they built 2 military factories and 2 civilian here in Manchukuo. That's so nice of them. Where's the rest? Dude, Japan's focus tree, once they've selected, I guess, is we're so small here. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I guess China just gave up Beijing and the rest of this land up here? Because Japan is not at war presently with China. Interesting. Okay, in that case, we can move our front lines down. I'm going to take the elites, put them in our 12 out of 24 group here, and then move their front line. I hate how these front lines work, but I wish you could space them out over... Like, this is kind of silly, but alright. Like, I can't stretch this line all the way here because one pocket is China, and the rest of it is Shanxi. It'll accomplish the same thing. There'll be soldiers here and here. But yeah, we need to move them all down. That must have just happened because I'm noticing that there's Chinese troops here too. And we had, like, this must have literally just happened because Japan doesn't have any troops here. This is brand new. All right, we need a new national focus. The Imperial Guards is awesome. Makes us way stronger with 4 new divisions. Now I want the 4 military factories. However, it's worth noting that we can now invite Japanese settlers and get 2 more civilian factories. And then a building salon in a bunch of places as well. So that's now available. I think you have to take the 4 building slots, 4 military factories while it's here. Again, still not at war, but war stuff is happening. Correct. That's what makes it so weird. Watching your streams did not prepare me for how clunky the army controls were. It's kind of something that you just get used to over time. There's the incident. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished inconclusively over a strategic Marco Polo Bridge, located just southwest of Beijing. China has accepted full responsibility for the incident, forwarding an apology to Japan, as well as agreeing to extensive territorial concessions. This has surprised many experts who had predicted that border tensions would erupt into full-blown war. I don't know that I've ever seen this before. Does this mean lasting peace in Asia? Doubtful. Okay, well, there you go, I guess. There are faction members. Japan is still justifying a war against China. Okay, so what Paradox is trying to say with this artificial intelligence is that concessions do not work. Even if you give up all of the concessions that Japan demands in order to avoid war with China in the Marco Polo Bridge incident, they will just find another way to justify the war that they want to have here. Who could have foreseen that? But anyways, I think that's funny. They're just like, well, I was hoping for a war, but I guess now I'll have to just... I'll do it myself. And they're going to drag us into the war, which makes things hard. I guess I would have had to do Independence War instead of going local arms procurement first. Maybe did I just take too much time? I'm assuming they can still force me to join the war. Because I am an imperial subject. I can't just say no, I don't think. So I might have, I don't know if I'm screwing up this run by accidentally getting us into war with both Japan and China simultaneously is what I fear is going to happen. But we'll see. Radio! Adopting the invention of amateur radio operators and extending the use of FM radio will reduce radio interference and allow us to find new uses for radio tech. We kind of ignore both of these. These are upgrades for planes or tanks, I think. We're interested in the global stats. So the 5% reinforce rate, very nice, and the coordination is extremely underrated. It's easy to overlook. Coordination is huge for those infantry combats where you want all of your infantry to concentrate fire on the same unit, knock them out one at a time, instead of splitting their damage across all the involved divisions. All right, October 1937. I think it's a good time to just jump ahead on the computing machine. Or we could just do, let's just do construction 2. Do construction 2, and then we'll pivot from engineer company to next tier of research. Don't want to get very far ahead so we don't incur those penalties. Okay, let's take a look at Spain. Uh-oh, Carl. Carl, no! We need you to survive! Your front has been split into 2 pockets. You're surrounded by enemies on all sides. I'm hearing millions of channel points crying out all at the same time. Mr. Champ, thanks for 32 months of sub. How you doing, Mr. Champ? Thanks for supporting the stream once again, and the Taco Tyler E-sub. Is there another research slot? Yep, we have to have 50 plus factories to get it. Maximalist Portugal. Yeah, we have Communist Portugal. We also had a really interesting Ethiopia. People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia yet survives and is puppeted by the Soviets. So that doesn't happen very often. A couple more 8 combat with divisions popping out. I'm gonna actually put them into that 3rd group and just cover this awkward pocket right there for now. We know it's the anarchist's turn to win. That would be awesome. I would actually really enjoy seeing that, yeah. But we're cruising through to 1938 soon. I saw war tension just go up by another 8% to 16. There's a Polish Civil War, Spanish Civil War, Spanish Civil War, Spanish Civil War, and the Chinese Guangxi War. So, nothing too unexpected. Poland Civil War happens quite a bit in Ahistorical with the peasants. They don't do a good job of pacifying the peasants, building the railways. Hello, what's up, Sherman? How's it going? Chat, if you're just joining, we're checking out, I had never played Manchukuo before, so we're checking out Manchukuo. We got all DLC, no mods. Every DLC. I like playing new nations that I haven't tried, and there's still quite a few. There are a lot of the different focus trees are my favorite part. Also, I am stuck. Okay. This is what I was afraid of, and why I did not hire this dude, because if I spent 187 political power on Grigory Semyonov and Soviet Civil War started, he leaves and you waste your PP. So I'm glad I decided not to do that. Soviet Union has declared war on the Soviet Union. Once again, there is open fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, however, it is not a war between Bolsheviks and whites, but rather a war between rivaling factions within the Communist Party. Stalin holds the capital, while the rebels, led by Alexei Rykov, are based around Tashkent. Rumors are circulating that Rykov's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers, but the validity of those rumors remain to be seen. The communists are destroying themselves. Also, we've learned how engineer companies work. A support group so we can actually, like, entrench and dig in, bolster our defense, also help us ford rivers and amphibious and better against forts, marsh, jungle, hills, and forest. Lots of buffs all over the place. This is a good classic song. All right, December 1937. I'm gonna try and get on computing machines, and then we need to go all in on infantry stuff. I probably should do infantry stuff first. Also, hugely, we cannot rely on Japanese to supply us with guns forever. If we want to come into our own, we need a source of weapons that we control. Simply build 4 military factories in one single national focus. Also, a new decision to create underground workshops. Which I don't see, actually. Is it a map decision? Where's the decision to create underground workshops? When you're at war. Oh, okay. So what that did is it gave us 4 extra military factories to play with. So now we got 5 on guns and 2 on support. So we're actually making our first support equipment. Excellent. And we got a surplus of 1.2k infantry equipment. So what I'd probably like to do... We have exactly 25 army XP. Let's save that for now, and I'm simply just going to start training maybe 2 more units. Okay, new national focus time. I think we just need to go straight for the Civil War stuff. But we have to be at peace with Japan to invite settlers. That's 2 civilian, that's, all right, am I just doing the greedy? Whatever. I think we're gonna be locked into war whether I pursue nationalism now, because independence war is far away. Let's just invite Japanese settlers while we're at peace. That's 2 more civilian factories. I don't know. I think I'm doing the greedy industrial choices, but I also think it'll pay off. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Stalin's speech today when the European Pact was announced. Going beyond a political international, this is an alliance that binds the countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it will act as a sword or shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. This is, I love that this is Latvia, Ethiopia, and the Soviet Union. The European Pact. Come, my allies! Well, I need help in defeating Alexei Rykov. We need Latvian and Ethiopian soldiers to join me in defending our homeland of Mother Russia. Is Manchukuo already part of Japan? Yeah, we're a puppet. You start as whatever is below imperial subject. I forget. It is Change autonomy level to free or imperial associate. Associate is the one below that. It's very sad. Should we divert machine tooling it? We can just keep doing this? Yeah, let's get another civilian factory, dude, for 50 PP. What a great deal. Easy deal. Where did we get 5% more world tension? The latest change was 0.2%. Oh, the pact. The pact. The United Mexican States has declared war on Mexico. The second Cristiada is born. The forces of church and revolution have once again come to conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing its attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They have taken over several rural states and are using these as a base from which to operate. The first Cristiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks likely that this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. The Mexican situation seems too complex for an outsider to understand. I can tell it's non-historical just by this. Could you tell by the ahistorical in the title? That I put in the stream title? Ahistorical is just more fun. Chat, you know what else is more fun? You. It's way more fun to stream. I've had so many people be like, yo, I watch the streams of Hearts of Iron, but it's more fun to watch than to play. I also enjoy the weird adventures of streaming this game more than just playing it solo by myself. But that's true for most games. What's the SSSR? I think it's like the Snake Revolutionaries. SAR. I tried CK3 and liked it, but probably still enjoy the streams more. It's fun to see what happens in the games. You know, it's fun to share in the random experiences and being like, whoa, I can't believe Wilhelm II just returned to the German Empire. In a surprise announcement yesterday morning, the German government officially lifted the exile on Wilhelm II. Later in the day, the old Kaiser's motorcade passed the Dutch-German border, and upon his return to Berlin, he was ceremoniously reinstated as Kaiser of the German Empire. He's already vowed to see Germany return to its old greatness, but it remains to be seen what direction the nation will take with its diplomacy. The German Empire, with Wilhelm Mustachio Man back at the helm. Yes, we have Kaiser Wilhelm II, and then we have Otto von Habsburg in Hungary, but Austria rejected a call to join Hungary, so I'm curious which way that'll go. Meanwhile, chat, we're about to say goodbye to what's left of Karl, potentially. They're not doing great. Republican Spain has the most. They got the mostest. Hello, Town chat. I destroyed my neck last night. Breezy Meow, I'm sorry you had to join the stream headless. I know that makes it harder to both hear and see what's going on, but thank you anyways. Breezy Meow, thank you for 26 months. Appreciate the over 2 years. It stands for Smokin' Sexy Style Revolutionaries. Ooh, more buildings. All right. I'm still on the civilian factory kick. So, just do that. Also, I think our field marshal can have a new trait. What do you already have, sir? You just have career officer? Okay. In that case, I'm probably going to... I feel like we're going to end up at war with both Japan and China at the same time, and we're going to have to hold up for a little while we figure out how to utilize our manpower and industrialize. So I'm going to go defensive doctrine and get the max entrenchment up. Out of the two. I think offensive is great, though. But 30% bonus entrenchment is going to be awesome once we get our engineers in. And then... I like division recovery rate, plus 10%. That way we can, if we get pushed back, we get back into the fight faster. Pretty colors. Hello, Kyoko. How you doing? What's up? Welcome back. Who this? Send them to... Ooh, okay. Let's reorganize this a bit. You guys join up. A couple more. That way we have 10 divisions on the border with Shanxi. Kind of reinforcing. Go from there. Today was good. Didn't have to work too hard. Hope the stream has been tons of fun. It's been a good week of streams. I enjoyed Lethal Company a lot. Battle Bit with Chat was fun yesterday. Chat was carrying the team a few times. I saw some ETAL community members at the top of the leaderboards yesterday in Battle Bit. We had some clan games with the What Dogs. We have far more space than we have people. Large areas of the country remain essentially wilderness. We should settle people in these areas to form new communities and allow more economical development. 2 civilian factories, 2 building spots. All right, I think it's time. It is time. I don't want to do building slots. That doesn't get me anything. Army XP doesn't get me anything. Let's go nationalism. Bolster it, baby. Bolster that nationalism. We're at 32% tension now. German Empire is guilty of 11% and is still going up. But yeah, I've had a awesome time this week, and then we had one day, and then it was the charity stream for RimWorld. That was a lot of fun. And then before that, Sims was a lot of fun, so I've just been riding high. I'm good. Ooh, we're going to discover how military trucks work. I didn't like the Lethal Company stream. That's okay. It didn't like you. Now, I'm going to put in the group Discord for everyone to ban T-Smacker from all channels that participated. You brought this on yourself. Don't underestimate my reach and power. And I hope all of them have the new checkbox chat that says, if you get banned from a channel, now you cannot even view the stream anymore. That's a new option that Twitch just added within the last month. Banned doesn't just mean chat, it also blocks the video now. But you have to turn it on. It's a fantastic feature. Motorizing infantry is the first stage toward the mechanization of an army. Civilian trucks are readily adaptable to military uses of transporting soldiers, towing guns, and carrying equipment and supplies. This greatly increases the strategic mobility of infantry units, which would otherwise rely on marching. Don't march. Take the truck. All right, 1938. It is time to go back and do some infantry. We are a little bit behind on this. So I actually am going to start using political power and our organizations to sort of decrease the amount of time we have to spend researching it, because I need that infantry attack up. So it's normally 132 days. If we use our weapons manufacturer, we can shave 11 days off of that, but we spend 0.1 political power per day. But it also builds XP for that organization, which is good in some ways. Useless. You can see all streams without logging in. False. Banning on Twitch is a IP ban. You would have to navigate around your IP address to do that. Which, if you create a different account by changing your IP, that is also a offense where Twitch, if reported, will look into it and make it a more permanent solution. Ban evasion is a Twitch investigation event. They can tell when you VPN too. Multiple devices, checkmate. Ah yes, changing the 1 to a 2 at the end of your local IP completely fools them. They have no idea. Okay, let's throw... Anyway, I'm not actually banning anybody. Okay, chat? But the things that I said about being banned are all true. As someone named Jeff IRL, sometimes being in this chat feels weird. Have you considered changing your name? China declares war on communist China. Okay. More war. Careful, chat. There are Twitch investigators. Right behind you. Right behind you. They're in your window. What's up, Coob? Sometimes you free yourself from the tyranny of those who oppress you, and sometimes you sub to the ESAL stream. The choice is yours. Also, Slang Society, what's up? Thanks for dropping your Prime for 30 months, Slang Society. Welcome back for one more. Coob, thanks for half a year. I appreciate you bending the knee. Means a lot. Speaking of bending the knee, Carl, are you okay? Carl just lost more ground. After breakdowns in negotiations with Westminster in an unprecedented 63-hour debate. Chad, imagine not even getting off of the intro screen on a stream for 63 hours. Before you unpause the game. The Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by the British Parliament or monarchy because they can't reach that far across the Atlantic Ocean. Although not an anti-British move in its own right, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. While a natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure future stability, it does nothing to alleviate the already tense state of global politics. The UK grows weaker by the day. King Zorg submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats, demanding that they submit to complete military occupation. Oh no. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania is now ruled under King Vittorio Emanuele III. Italy looks to the Balkans. Zog is an A+ name, I agree. I would agree with that. Dude, we have 10 civilian factories now. Okay, we're trending upwards. Stability's trending upwards. Stockpiles trending upwards. Army experience is not trending upwards. Okay, I am going to hopefully not ruin everything. We can actually afford to do some exercises with our army, which will not only build their experience level, which is hugely important, but also give us some extra army XP, which is expendable, that we're gonna need to modify our existing divisions. So, hopefully we don't have Japan instant declare war while they're justifying right now, because we need to go ahead and build some of that, because I need more than 25. Let's do that. Simultaneously, I can add some cav to our cavalry and start training some cavalry divisions. So that's gonna take about 500 rifles just to add an extra unit. And then I just want to start training a few horses. Now we only have 500 guns. Not very much. All right, construction plus 10% and factory repair speed. Okay, we are caught up on 1937 tech that we really care about right now. We need to get caught up on 1938 infantry tech as fast as possible using our manufacturer with some political power. Also, I'd like to spend 50 PP on another civilian factory. I wish you could just put that on loop, because that is just so good. And we have 95 support equipment. That's not good enough. But also, it takes a very long time for your factories to become truly efficient. We're almost at 40 out of 70%, and we need that third factory. Okay, well, that didn't take long. That was very immediate. Okay, cease exercises, I guess, because Japan just declared war on China right now. They didn't even send me a memo like, hello, yes, Manchukuo, my imperial subject, I am going to need your services in a moment. I require your assistance. In a last-ditch effort to halt the oncoming might of the Japanese forces, the network of dikes and flood defenses on the Yellow River were destroyed by the Chinese army. The ensuing flash floods have displaced a huge number of the rural population who were only given a brief window to prepare. That's still more than I got. It remains to be seen if this act can buy the Chinese military enough time to regroup and face further combat. This cannot stop the inevitable. The inevitable. Okay. Well, one of the things we're going to need is more guns. So I'm going to say only do these one instead of indefinitely. They'll... Shanxi joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Okay, so they're also in the alliance. Chat. Never mind. I'm thunking. Hold on, I have to look at this. At this stage, we just need a unified front. So I'm just going to have the Field Marshal shift left click a field line on this front, because we're going to be going to war through there as well. I did a Japanese campaign once. It went terribly. I capitulated China by 1942. It's not easy. The Guangxi clique also joined. China's having some trouble here. And there's the call to arms. Okay, am I just supposed to decline this? I'm surprised they even let me decline. I think I'm supposed to decline and then go for an independence war. That's what I'm probably supposed to do. So I say no, which, unlike in Crusader Kings, if you have the opportunity to say no, there is no downside. To declaring war on them. So weirdly, my forces are here, but will not participate in the fighting, which I'm not really sure how that works. Like, I know how it works in the game, but if this were real life, I don't think my soldiers would be allowed to be there. You're just watching. Peacekeepers. Now, Japan's probably infuriated about that, but also, if I have the option to say no, I should say no. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today, while evacuating Western civilians from the front line in the war between Japan and China. Despite being clearly marked as American vessels, the USS Panay was hit by 2 bombs and sunk, with 3 American and 1 Italian citizen killed and others wounded. In a separate attack on HMS Ladybird, 1 British sailor was killed. That would go horribly for you IRL. Yes. IRL, if I said no, it's Manchukuo to that call to arms, it would be unthinkable. They would immediately occupy Manchukuo. Like, all the mainland Japanese soldiers here would just march over to Manchukuo and start occupying it immediately. We would have border skirmishes, and then civil war would probably erupt. So, it'd be very spicy. But in the game, there's no reason to accept. I'm not sure how to RP that one is making any sense. It doesn't matter. We don't want to be at war with both China and Japan at the same time. Let Japan fight. They're the ones that justified and declared. Let them figure it out. The problem is, we need China to hold out long enough to allow us to do that. Because here's the thing. Declaring war on Japan is also declaring war on our other neighbors, which makes this very difficult now. There's a lot of fronts. Now, I'm trying to train more units so we can try and fill all those tiny little pockets, but we only have so many guns. We are at a surplus of guns, which is nice, because our 5 factories are becoming way... We went from like 5 guns a day to like 34.5 guns a day. For too long, people have considered Manchukuo an artificial construct made up by Japanese. But every nation was once just an idea. We need to establish a sense of Manchu identity in the people and turn that idea into reality. Modify our low legitimacy by plus 10% stability and 10% war support. Okay, we're rallying the people. We're actually at a respectable 49%. Add bolster nationalism. Japan attack and defense bonuses plus 10%. Cool. Very cool. Purge the General Affairs Council. Prepare to seize Japanese arms depots. You got it. The Swaraj movement makes gains in provincial elections. British civil servants woke to a rude shock this morning as a result of the recent provincial elections came in. It is clear now a large majority of Indians have given their votes to pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have already started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule as quickly as possible. A spokesman for the British government stressed, now's not the time to discuss such measures, and that any transfer of further authority to Indians was out of the question. The British will never stand for it. They will not stand for it. How are they doing? Well, the Guangxi clique joined. I assume Japan is reinforcing down here because I see some people swimming around. And then we still have 58 days. Recruit the bandit remnants. I didn't see this. The Kwantung army shows little interest in helping the denizens of Manchuria, seeing it as a military occupation rather than nation building. The government of Manchukuo, such as it is... Okay, yeah, we already saw that. I read that. Our prisons and work camps are filled with those who once fought against us. We need every soldier and every rifle in a fight for freedom. The Emperor could show his legendary mercy and grace by giving these criminals a way to redeem themselves through service. Heck yeah. Oh, they're insta-recruited. Okay, we get 3 12 combat with cav divisions. Honestly, every bit helps at this point. Every bit helps. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, that's why you gotta keep an eye on your decisions, because, like, I just didn't even see that one. It was there. And I can release them for 10,000 manpower. We have 420,000 manpower. So that's the reason why I am only making infantry equipment and support equipment is because we have 400,000 manpower. We need to be using like another 250,000 of that manpower. To do that, we have to have guns. We're also going to have guns to continuously rearm those who are already in the field. And we're still trying to upgrade 3,500 roughly pieces of equipment that are outdated with the old stuff that we don't want anymore. I'm going to take these and give them to the infantry guy. I think that makes more sense. Actually, we can keep training a couple of these. Japan's like, hey, listen, Manchukuo, it seems like you missed my last email. I do have a tracker link in there so I can see that you opened it. Would you perhaps just forget everything I said before? I really need you guys to help in the war in China right now. If you don't, I actually can't do anything because the developers didn't code any penalties for saying no to a call to arms, but I am furious! No. Go away. Weird, because it kind of looked like you said no the first time, but you probably just misclicked. Probably just misclicked, yeah. It's a very simple mistake. Japan is actually not allied with Communist China yet. Communist China is an outlier. They're not in a faction. They are allied with Shanxi in the Guangxi clique. And Jibei Sanma's at war with them as well, so they have a different front. I don't know if this front just opened. Small front, but it's still just open. The United Front didn't fire. I didn't see it, no. Did not see it. Ding, 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 ding. Ooh, how much is this? Spirit of the Academy, but I need to save our army XP for a bit. Actually. Oh, that reminds me, if we're not at war, we can actually go back to doing exercises. Not a bad idea. All right, I'd say we're gonna struggle, dude. I'm taking everybody off the front back here and doing exercises, and I'm taking everybody to this front and doing exercises. They're gonna be like, excuse me, Manchukuo, why are you amassing on our borders? Why are you doing military exercises, over on the border with Japan? It's curious. Don't worry about it, Japan. I'm just doing a little PE. We're just doing a little physical exercise. We're doing some it's field day in Manchukuo. We're passing out ribbons, we're passing out banners, we're trying to see who can throw the ball the furthest, long jump, who can do the most push-ups, sit-ups, all that good stuff. Calisthenics. What's up, Raiders? Yo, what up? EJ fam. Mount Shaw's here, Weather Guy's here, AP78's here, All Systems Go's here, EJ with the panels. Weibus. Great Toothless. What is up, Kurosaki? Jazz Matastic. Hey, guys. Just one more lane, bro. Raid. We just started a campaign today. This is a new campaign. We're playing Hearts of Iron. I know EJ has played a lot of Hearts of Iron and has extreme experience, especially in Finland, as of late. Never played Manchukuo before, so we are in the Asian theater, circa 1938 right now, where Japan and the Co-Prosperity Sphere just declared war on China and Jibei Sanma and Yunnan. So I, as Manchukuo, am actually a puppet of Japan, but because we increased our freedom a little bit to an imperial subject instead of an imperial associate, We were invited to join the war, but we have our own plans. We are currently planning an independence war against Japan in order to claim the mandate of heaven and core. Wait. Actually, I don't know if we get to core anything, but it'd be cool if we did. So, we're going to declare our own little war as the last emperor of China and the Qing dynasty to try and retake what is rightfully ours. That's what the good people of chat want to see. I asked if we should go try democracy, and they said no. I don't know if you might be able to do both anyways, but we'll see. Either way, we got some things to do. Dude, Hearts is a guilty pleasure. Thanks so much for the raid. That's where we're at right now. So yeah, if you're new to Hearts of Iron or you want to follow along, we just started the campaign today. So this is the easiest, best time to follow along. So you got here at a good time. Thanks, Raiders, for coming over. And if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed EJ, he's been grinding out City Skylines 2. Just one more lane. You can stop whenever you want, right? You can stop at any time you want. You just choose not to. What is the population up to now, chatters? But yeah, follow EJ by clicking the button at the top of your chat if you haven't already. Awesome dude, great broadcaster, super entertaining and informative to watch. You will always learn something if you watch EJ long enough, but in an interesting, entertaining way. Good dude's full of technical knowledge. Just one more lane, bro. Please. Just one more lane. It'll fix traffic, bro. Please. This time, for real. This time, for real. Wait, where's the, Oh, I have to delete the front line. We're not actually at war. Not yet. Population's at 435k? That's insane. You're heading towards 500,000. By the way, if you see people with channel points on the line in chat, they're currently betting on who is going to win the Spanish Civil War. The Carlists are crying because the green represents what's left of the Carlist faction. We have the anarchists, we have the fascists, and we have the Democratic Republican Spain, who seems to be dominating. That's not to say that it's over. EJ is going for the record. What's the record? But yeah, millions of channel points are on the line. Doing exercises, yeah, doing exercises with artillery. You're right. The artillery is kind of stupid anyways, but you are right. I should have clicked the correct button anyways. Instead of doing this individually, there's a better button you can hit for exercises, which is to only do exercises for people who can still train their experience. In this case, it'd be shift left click. So if we shift left click, they will only train up to their maximum and they will stop training. So if you don't care about army XP, you just care about their actual experience level, then that's the best play. So I should have done that from the beginning anyways, and I just forgot. So oops. Oops. How's that not the default? Because typically you'll want to do training because you have too much stuff and you just want to grind army XP, which used to be a better way to grind army XP. I think it is worse now than just hiring some high command, unfortunately. High command gives you a ton of, like, Chief of Army, for example. Chief of Army is plus 0.3 daily XP. That's the main way, but you would do it just to kind of boost and get extra army experience that you can spend on different things. Either way, thanks for coming over, EJ. What up, dude? Have you ever played any of these countries over here? Japan, China, maybe India? We played Sinkiang once. It was a lot of fun. The capital of the Republic of China, Nanjing, has been occupied by forces from the Empire of Japan. Despite fierce resistance from the walled city's Chinese defenders, Japanese troops managed to capture Zhongshan Gate and fought their way into the city. Sporadic gunfire can still be heard and several fires are raging in different parts of the city, but most surviving Chinese forces have either withdrawn or been captured. Along with the capture of Shanghai, this is a significant victory for Japan in their war against China. Chat question: if Japan never declared, like, if Japan never went to war in China, how would that have affected their strength in World War II? Talix, I played Japan once and ended up invading Germany in 1944 after beating the Soviet Union. I mean, that sounds pretty hardcore. That sounds pretty sweet, actually. And very difficult to do. Chat's got a lot of thoughts. Firmly believe that if Japan did not invade China, they join the Allies, as the oil embargo from America does not happen. They would have posed a larger threat to the USSR, I think. What do we got? Greece has declared war on Turkey. Oh, that is spicy. Okay, hold on. We gotta go look at that. But first, the General Affairs Council was put in place by the Japanese to ensure they had full control over our government. This cannot go on. We must eliminate anyone whose loyalty to our government is even slightly suspect. We get a new decision, and our stability is now up to a pretty solid 59%. We actually have positives instead of negatives. We have actual bonuses there. We can go straight into the Independence War. And I think indeed that is what we should do. Before they get any more ground in China. Now, what we need to do is basically go all the way down Korea as fast as possible, because there's no land bridge there. Similarly, I've always thought Hitler could have won World War II by simply maintaining the truce he had with Russia. Well, the thing is, the wars would have gone vastly different in a lot of respects. The issue is that these nations that we're talking about believe themselves to be the best in the entire world, right? Not just in terms of a military power, but culturally. Obviously, World War II Germany was literally predicated upon being superior. And Japanese culture as well had a similar sort of air of arrogance. Everybody who participated had some kind of arrogance, but like I would say especially there, you can't, if you remove the arrogance that caused Barbarossa and like go before Barbarossa and you violate Molotov-Ribbentrop, right? And you go beyond that, if you remove the arrogance that led to those advances, you remove the war in its entirety. Because the same mindset that led to invading mainland China and also betraying the Soviets is also what led to them starting their respective wars in the first place. But yeah, I was just curious, like, whether Japan benefited more or was hurt more by the war with China. With respect to like their participation in the rest of World War II. Minus manpower plus raw material. So, new national focus time. Is it time to just go Independence War and hope for the best? Should we just try? I can't. This is Iron Man save, so once we do it, it's just gonna go. Okay, 70 days. That gives us 70 days to stop exercises and get entrenched. Indian calls for independence have intensified. Now things come to a head, as the radical Quit India movement has called for the UK to leave the country as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react, however, and crack down on the movement, arresting several leaders and dawn raids on homes across India. Reports prepared by Special Branch indicate many sympathizers are still at large, and many of the civil service have expressed fears that more extremist elements of the movement may even resort to violence. Good luck. Best of luck. Okay, so we've got 13 fairly weak divisions. There are some scattered 12 combat width, right? But we're not super strong here. We're going... The problem is we're also going to be at war with Minkukuo. Which makes this tricky. And we have this sort of war on two fronts. This is a big front. I honestly think if we switch these around, I think we take... I have these backwards. I think we take the 18 over here. I kind of just need a second army for this, because I can't make a shared front. So we're going to split this into a different unit. Got the other general. Okay, this general is going to line up on Minkukuo. Oh god, not like that. Like that. This general is going to line up here. And then we got 13 divisions to try to rush into Korea. And I want to go ahead and set some offensive lines so that we can get a nice planning bonus, but we're going to have to try and go quick. We have no air power. We have no support companies. It'll be easy, chat. So I need a different sort of offensive line. For each of these. All right, I say we just push up to the river. What is this? Whose land is that? Not mine. There's a small tip of Japan. Yeah, you're right. I'll have... the two horsies who come out to kind of guard that for now. Communist China joins the... Earlier today, the Soviet Socialist Republic and Communist China issued a joint statement. The latter has been formally granted member status of the... Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen. Wait, what? They're not actually in a faction. What did they join? What? They're not in a faction. The aliens stole the faction. Paradox moment. Nobody expects the... I don't know what's going on, dude. Chat, we are counting down to Independence Day. We're going to have full organization, and we'll actually have a little bit of plan prep. 2.3% every day. So yeah, we have plenty of time for some plan prep. And we get improved infantry equipment before the war begins. Nice. That's just a general 5% to infantry attack. Every percent adds up. I want them all. July 1938. I'd say let's go radio detection for that 1% coordination. I know it doesn't seem like much, but it's good. Unlock some traits in your organization. So this is for infantry weapons. But we have to spend Army XP to buy these upgrades. I don't want to do that yet. I understand that we don't have any artillery. It'd be worth getting one artillery. But where am I going to get that factory from? Okay, here's the thing. If we're sort of going to war now, it's probably in our interest to convert a civilian factory into a military factory after the civilian is finished. How long until this is done? 3rd of August? Okay. So that'll be, we'll start the conversion before the war begins. Is it worth it to use command power for offensive bonus? Sometimes. Honestly, I'm scared of it. The reason why I don't use it aggressively is because the main thing here is that they cannot retreat while attacking. So if you use this improperly, and I don't honestly know the best time to use it, you will attack until down to the last man. So it's an easy way to lose your divisions without noticing if you don't use it appropriately. So I don't honestly like using it because it's, I'd rather just get some close air support, some flanks, some planning bonuses, all that stuff, and let them retreat if I plan poorly. All right, 5% flat research speed bonus. Cool. Something else that might benefit us is going to be artillery and recon companies, but we don't have enough support equipment for the recon companies. We need to start making trains as well. we need a lot of things, dude. Our logistics fulfillment is 0. Uh-oh. We need 10 trains? How am I supposed to get 10 trains? Could be better. Cancel the war focus. I could. I could also try and buy some trains, but they're really expensive, actually. And that's if they're even selling them at all, which they are currently not. You can nationalize trains. That is true, but you have to have researched it first. So we might have to stop the independence. I forgot about that little important detail. Or we could just go to war with no logistics. It's easy. I mean, look, it's going to take another 53 days. We just have to go 80 days with no logistics. You need to know what the trains are before you can take them. Okay, serious question. If we have 0% logistics fulfillment, why do I not have any supply icons on the screen that tell me I'm poorly supplied? Where is this reflected in the gameplay right now, I guess, is a better question. I think there's supplies stocked in the region. Japan is assisting with supply up to 20. Japan can assist with supply up to 15. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Maybe we need to do something else briefly, huh? Yeah, the moment we declare war, it's over. I actually could really use army XP. All right, I'm only gonna lose like 7 days, dude. It's not that bad. 7 days. We're gonna do army modernization then. And research trains before we're like, hey, Japan! And they're like, what, dude? And I was like, never mind. I'll be right back, okay? I will be right back. All right, I'm gonna spend another 50 PP on a civilian factory. Yeah. Prepare to seize Japanese arms depots. The depots and supply dumps spread around the country are poorly guarded. A well-planned and timed assault could take them with a minimum of casualties, giving us access to modern arms, and all this at the same time depriving the Japanese of ammunition and supplies. Spending more time and resources will allow us to seize more depots. That's 30 command power. Further preps can be made. Okay. Sure. Execute the plan. We have to be at war. Strike swiftly for the Emperor! 10,000 rifle units are added to your stockpile. They get an ammunition shortage and some debuffs. 10,000 rifles is pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. Okay, that's so good. I'm gonna train 2 more cav units. Cav is better for offense than defense. So you have to keep that in mind. They're not very good at defense. So we always want to be getting some infantry going in. And we still have 1.7k. And we'll get 10k at the start of the war. It's pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and just increase our training. I wonder if we get that to seizing trains. I was thinking the same thing. All right, automatic weapons, tier 2, 1938. More defense, more breakthrough. We are currently modern. We have modernized our infantry. Let's contemplate giving them some recon in the future. Okay, well, in that case, exercising would be good. Two more horsies. All right. Here's what I want to do. I want to take 1 elite unit, 1 regular unit, and both of the reserve units, and create a front line here. Because that port is the soft underbelly, and I do not want them just easily walking in and taking it. Prepare to seize Japanese arms depots. Okay, so I can spend more command power. Further preparations. Now we get Type 38 and Type 99 rifles. So we get 20k. Just instantly 20k rifles. The United Kingdom disavows appeasement. In a public statement today, the new British Prime Minister Winston Churchill has announced the new government's intention to steer away from the course of appeasement their predecessors had loyally maintained. In no uncertain terms, Winston Churchill made it clear the United Kingdom's aim is to put a halt to the march of tyranny, wherever it may rear its ugly head. Whether the threat of war will serve to halt the expansionism of certain nations remains to be seen, but already recruitment programs are well on their way in the UK, lending credence to their statements. Get them. Get them. Poland is squashing Poland. Polish Republic is squashing Senationist Poland. Interesting. Finland Civil War. Finland versus White Finland. This is the Civil War timeline. Japan wants to give us... I don't have 55 convoys, dude. That was a nice offer of you, but I don't have that many convoys. All right, where are we going to need the most troops? This should be the easiest territory to take. China is going to be particularly tough. Let's send them to China, the border there. Okay. And we're converting a factory into a military factory right now, which we honestly probably want to do again. After that, I'm finally using the convert ability. I think it's relevant here. We can't afford to be greedy and wait until we have 15 civilian factories. Have you considered playing modded Hearts of Iron? Hold up. There's mods for this game? Chat, I have 650 hours. Why didn't anyone tell me that before? I've said before, he hates mods. I don't hate mods. I love mods. The way that I look at Hearts of Iron is, okay, not everybody who likes to drink drinks Jaeger bombs all day. You know, sometimes you just want a couple beers, and that's enough. That's kind of how I look at, like, I still get plenty of enjoyment out of just drinking vanilla DLC Hearts of Iron. I don't need to embellish it with shots of I don't vodka Red Bulls and you know, just going crazy. That's untrue according to my college experience. If I were completely bored and I still wanted to play Hearts of Iron, then I would download some mods. I have yet to be bored. Is DLC considered mods? No. The Fourth International, a number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying the groundwork for what has become known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin has responded to the growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rivals. With the past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. Indeed. How many internationals will there be? Plus 5% to the support of communism. Affects everybody. I also think that the most popular mods focus on the aspects of the game that I already don't enjoy as much as others, which are the major powers. I think a lot of people are just like, they told me to play Germany, that was the easiest one. And then they play Germany, and then they play Germany again, then they play Germany a third time. Like, you know what? I could really use some mods to spice up my favorite country to play as, Germany. And then they just download mods because they like only playing one country. Are you making fun of me for having done 11 runs as Italy? But anyways, this is my first time playing Manchukuo. So, I still have another probably dozen nations I've never played as. So why do I need to download DLCs? You mean mods. And DLCs. Army modernization. Our army is both small and outdated. Plus 30 army XP. Now I declare war for realsies this time. This time I'm doing it for real. Can we prepare to capture anything else? I just got 30 command power, so I'm gonna check in a minute. Backseat chat. Okay. Anyways, no take backseats. We have to finish civilian train research, which is 68 days, and Independence War 70 days. Then we have to commandeer trains in that period of time. Anyways, classic Hearts of Iron. I'm glad, chat, you have people that enjoy mods. I don't need them to get fun right now. Okay? I'm happy for you, bro, or I'm sorry that happened to you. Okay? Whichever. I know that you secretly envy me and my ability to get literally almost 700 hours of fun without ever installing a mod, so that if I ever did want to install mods, I could get so much infinite more fun out of that, and you're already bored because you went too far too quick, and now you can't get that same high anymore from your personal campaigns that I can still get. I understand that you're somewhat jealous about that, but too fast, too quick. Chasing the dragon. Same thing with RimWorld, dude. I just moved on to other games. Keep upping the mod dosage. I mean, like, it's like people who are content eating vanilla. Yeah, I got... this is like, I just like cheese pizza, dude. I just love cheese pizza. What do you want? Do I need to eat a Supreme to enjoy pizza? I just sat down with cheese pizza. Dude, I could go for some pizza. I knew I said some forbidden phrase like 2 seconds after I wrote it. Okay. I think, one of the things that interests me more about vanilla Hearts of Iron than mods is most of the mods are predicated on a major event from which everything else is automatically ahistorical from that point on. The famous, every time, what's funny is Kaiserreich is not even like as popular as Road to 56, but yet no one has ever come in to this chat, not one time, and asked me if I have tried Road to 56, which is interesting. However, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times, if not 100+ times, I have been asked if I've played Kaiserreich. So I've noticed that there's a type. There's a type, okay? And the people who are impassioned about Germany having won World War I is incredibly high. And that's just not a question that interests me at all. It's not a scenario that I find personally appealing. So anything that spawns out of that ahistorical scenario, what I like about vanilla and DLCs is, since everything starts the same as it did historically from the beginning, it's more interesting to see how that morphs in a short period of time to me than if the entire thing has no basis in reality from the start. If that makes sense. So you would like our Road to 56 hypothetically. Hypothetically, I would like it more because it just extends the game. But also, I find most of my campaigns are better because they're not extended. And I like the fact that my campaigns are mostly over by 1950, so I don't really want to go to 56. Does the game just end 1 year? No. I'd like Road to 56 if it didn't have so much bullshit. Chat's angry. There's many more impassioned people against Road to 56 than against Kaiserreich. Even though there's 1.2 million subscribers for Road to 56, which is a lot, and 991,000 to Kaiserreich. So there's almost over 20% more subs to 56, and people seem to hate that a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, I am the people kicking his feet in the high chair when I play Hearts of Iron, you know? I'm just over here having a good time. And there's a lot of other people who are like, I want you to have more fun. My way. And I'm just like, oh, look, this is so much fun. Just playing in my little sandbox. Okay, what do we need to build? I could have made the conversion cost cheaper, but it's a little late for that. I think we absolutely need a chief of army. And I'm just going to take the division attack bonus so we can start getting the army XP. Nobody actually cares about these mods. You are incredibly wrong. But chat, you're the main character. Individual chatters, your feelings and opinions and beliefs are simply imprinted upon the world around you. The way that you feel is the way that everyone feels. They just don't know it yet. Now we've got 2 extra military factories, so we can maybe make our own trains soon if we research them. We can actually just take a factory away from infantry equipment. Because I need more support equipment, and I'm gonna need more artillery. And then with my extra civilian factory, I don't really know what to do. I think just more military factories. We need to start just hardcore militarizing. Senationist Poland was annexed. Rip Poland. Polish Republic now lives in its place. Carl! Carl's dead. Rest in peace, Carlist Channel Point betters. Carl's gone. The anarchists and nationalists in Republican Spain will continue to duke it out. Okay, how much time is left here? 50 days. I'll send you also to the border with China. Carl gang in shambles. They usually are, yeah. Typically are. Alex, if you played any Overhaul, that is where I stopped reading your chat message. At that, right there. I can't go on without him, chats. Did you vote for Carl? Yes, you did vote for Carl. Team 4 in shambles. You're gonna have to hold that badge of dishonor. Longer than you would like. White Finland was also annexed. Okay, some of these civil wars are coming to their conclusions now. Some of them, not all of them. Soviets are still in one. Spain's still in a three-way one. Of course I voted for him, silly streamer. The Kingdom of Lithuania. Wilhelm Karl von Urach on June 4th, 1918 was democratically elected as King of Lithuania. I don't think that's how kings work. Lithuania? You can't democratically elect a monarch, but okay. We just call that a president over here in Freedom Land. However, interference from the German Empire meant that the referendum was declared null and Lithuania was never united with her king. In spite of this, the president of Lithuania has today abolished his own office and declared King Mindaugas III as head of state of the new Kingdom of Lithuania. Your democratically elected official declared a new leader. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. With Antanas Smetona now serving as Lithuania's prime minister, the nation has become an absolute monarchy, and it would seem that a new wave of Lithuanian patriotism and jingoism is spreading throughout the nation. That's my king. Okay, let's stop exercising now so they can build their organization and entrench. If they haven't already, many of them have gotten to level 3, which is a 25% bonus modifier in combat. Huge, huge bonus. And we didn't have to do anything for it. All right, we're pumping more 8 combat with divisions out. Honestly, 8 combat with is probably what we want, because we just need no holes in our front lines. That's like the main thing. I'm gonna put them on team purple. Or blue. It's purple here, but it's blue there. So they can go, hopefully take Minkakuo fast. Because, oh, then we're gonna be bordering Shanxi. Yeah, so we're gonna need that front line to kind of consolidate here. They're marching. I'm gonna change our deploy point. Korea empty. Go, go, go. I know. We're Independence War is 44 days out of 70 right now. We're getting there. And then it's wartime. I always love... It's not necessary. Like, I love the opposite of this, too. But I love Hearts of Iron campaigns where we get a war in the first stream. There's plenty of nations where it's fun to just build up, and then eventually the culmination, you get to, like, see the fireworks of whatever huge industry you were bulking in that time. But it is fun to just, like, 1938, let's go, baby. We should have been at war by rights earlier than this because we declined the joining Japan. Dude, they're kind of winning. China's losing, dude. We gotta hurry. Japan's gonna turn around and cause some problems here. I say put them on the border. I have 8 units on this little border. I feel like that's too much. Five should be plenty. This is gonna be a tough spot to take anyways. Okay, recon companies. We need to see how many support equipment we need to hook up our divisions with the goodies. Also, it's November 1938, which means 1939 research. I think we just need to go ahead and keep doing dispersed industry, things like that. Also, trains are almost research. I'm getting nervous. The one time the Chinese invasion doesn't turn into a slog is when we try to fight Japan. Honestly, tracks how our Hearts of Iron games go. Yeah, it does track. The fronts are about to merge. We'll do our best. I'm training 10 divisions at a time. They're fairly small. And we're going to start losing some resources soon. Okay, chat. We are T-minus 5 days from the Independence War. I can't wait for this short 6-hour stream. Just going to lose the Independence War and turn off the stream. At least we tried. Okay, there are the trains. Now that we've discovered how train work, taken over by the military from regular civilian freight duty, this train engine is well suited to move a large amount of supplies over a long distance. Who would have thought? However, its civilian construction does make it vulnerable. But you know what? That's okay. We got what we need. Now, back to industry research, I guess. Machine tools for the extra 10%. Okay, send the horsies over there for speed. Give them speed. I didn't mean to do the sibilance. Sibilance. We usually have a surplus of towed infantry for our 4 divisions that use infantry. And, most importantly, I must... Ooh, we can use command power to prepare to seize Japanese arms depots again. Boom. So now, if we execute the clan plan, we're gonna get 20k. We're actually gonna get 500 units of Type 95 75mm to the national stockpile. They are going to get an ammunition shortage debuff, which gives them minus 25% attack and defense for 60 days. It's not very long, but it'll have to do. The resources are quite nice, though. Okay, we need to commandeer civilian trains at the cost of stability. That's gonna take up... I thought that would be instant! Give me your trains! It takes 180 days? Okay, well, we're just gonna have to make that work, chat. We're just gonna make that work. I thought they would just give them to me. He knows. He knows. Is this the streamer that thinks trains can teleport? This is going to take time to buy them from here, too, and they're not even on the market. There's no going back. There's no take-backsies now. We're just going to have to cope. We're just going to have to cope. Wait. Wait, we have them. They do teleport. They do. I had to unpause the game. Instant transmission trains. I just can't commandeer them again for 180 days. They're on a 180-day cooldown. Okay, saved. Saved. I was right. This is the streamer. Break free from your overlord as a puppet. We have declared war on Japan for Manchu independence. The time has come to throw off the shackles of oppression and fight for our ancient freedoms. Manchukuo will be the first part of China that breathes free from all foreign oppression. King China rises and becomes free. We can core 58 pieces of China. We probably need this stability and war support, though. And a research slot. Yeah, I feel like we gotta go for the stability and war support. Okay, where are we going? Well, I need to slow the game down first. Because it's time to launch an aggressive offensive into Korea. So we changed to aggressively execute battle plan here. And I can also take manual control. We're gonna just do a regular attack. Let's do balanced on red. Well, actually, no, we need to do aggressive everywhere. We need to get as far as we can. And then Team Purple, I think everyone should just be aggressive right now. Everyone. Okay. Unpause. Now, I'm going to take manual control here because there's literally, even with aggressive, they're going to kind of wait when they do not need to, and I can make them go. Okay, those guys are already going. Same thing here. Oh, they're not at war yet. We have no supplies in certain places. So, we need to execute the plan, right? Actually, we can choose when to execute it so we maximize the 60-day bonus. There's the Creed Underground Workshop plan. While they don't gain the same economies of scale as major factories and have mixed quality control, distributing weapons production to small workshops around the country is the best way to increase production in a hurry. Add 3 off-map military factories and adds underground workshops, which makes I don't need infantry equipment to be cheaper because we're about to get 20,000 guns for free. Sweet. All right. Yeah. Go. Where, dude? They abandoned Dalian? Oh man. Oh, we just get to walk in. Okay, there's Minkukuo has been called in as our enemy. Boom. Launch. I like what I see here, but you can go that way, actually. You go that way. Go, horsies, go. Go, horsies, go. What happened to our stability and war support? We went to war. War has that effect. Unfortunately. Okay, we also have 486 support equipment now. And we're capturing factories. You know what we get to do with that, right? We'll have negative 204. Okay, what if we added it to... I actually can't add it to those horsies. I can add it to these horsies. Yeah, we'll make the horses stronger with an engineer company. That seems redundant. Let's give them recon first. I feel like reconnaissance is going to be more useful for them. It's only going to take 80 support equipment. Tons of infantry equipment, though. But we're about to get a bunch whenever we want. All right, yeah, they need some recon teams. The Manchurian War of Independence. Following a period of internal power struggles between the Japanese administrators and the government of Isen Jioropui, the fight for supremacy in Manchuria has reached a boiling point. Reportedly, the confrontation was set off by an incident in the imperial household, in which a Japanese general supposedly insulted the Emperor of Manchukuo by demanding that he bow. Outraged, Puyi replied that the Son of Heaven does not bow, and struck the general with his cane, before ordering his military to remove all Japanese soldiers from Chinese soil immediately. Are you guys going in here? The horsies are faster. Who could have seen this coming? Okay, we've got free everything. Free civilian factories, free military factories. Let's do 6 on guns, 4 on support. I don't know if we need more on trains. We should start making trucks. There we go. Yeah, start making trucks. There we go. Oh, we're getting into our first skirmish with Japan. Also, the boys in red are going to redeploy to the front with China. I definitely want to push them out of here, so I'll give them some support. Can you guys come on already? What are you waiting for, my friend? Nobody guarding that port now. Nobody guarding that port now. Okay, stop. Just go. I promise you it's not that hard, bro. They're just like, why don't we reposition all of our forces? It's easy. Why not just cut off the front? Well, actually, you're not cutting off the front line, because... But it's free real estate. Really, it's going to come down to hoping they don't instantly naval invade us. Non-aggression pacts from China. Okay, I say we can always break those later, right? We can always break those when it... Oh, sorry, Sim! Hello, Simcopter. We would never break a non-aggression pact with any of our allies. Etal channel is staunchly allied still with Sim. In the greater GG prosperity sphere. What's up with Japan? Shouldn't they be butchering you in 1938? What's up, Sim? We just declared a war of independence. So there hasn't been enough time that's passed for them to reinforce the borders yet. We just took them by surprise, basically. Chad, how hard is it to break non-aggression pacts? You just have to wait a year? I think it's fine to just accept these for now. Tox, ever played Vicky 3? I did, briefly. 2 years? Okay, 1940 is not bad. But yeah, we just declared war on them. And most of their forces are concentrated on the front with China. They're at war with quite a few groups here. They just unified a front, so that's bad for us. But yeah, they're gonna turn around momentarily. They're gonna turn around momentarily. We're trying to take Korea and then reposition, but my troops are like very, very slow. Where are you guys going? So I'm having to pause and kind of micro and help them out. Don't know if that's good for us because their organization's very low. And do I want to cross? Yeah, we want to cross. Yeah, they're sort of just taking their sweet time here. Accidental encirclement there, which is nice. Oh, hey, speaking of accidental encirclements. You guys are doing great. As we get radio detection research for some coordination, it's almost 1939, so we don't want to do guns yet because we barely have, we're short of infantry equipment right now. So, is it time to go ahead and pull the big surprise? Where we reveal our secret execute plan. We're gonna get 20,000 rifles that we have stolen in secret to seize Japanese depots. 500 units, I think, of artillery. And they're gonna get a 60-day massive defense and offense debuff. I don't know if 60 days is long enough for us to do what we need to do, but I think now's time to execute the plan because we're short on weapons and we need to resupply. Let's do it. Boop. Strike swiftly for the Emperor! And we should see those numbers hopefully skyrocket. Oh yeah, look at that bonus now. So yeah, I wanna ride down here as fast as possible. Also, we need new research. Sorry, I'm moving the camera around wildly. 1938, almost 1939. There's 1939 recon and engineer. That's probably worth researching because we're starting to put recon. I'm gonna do another cavalry recon if we can afford to. There's our weapons. Okay, we'll barely have enough support equipment, but that'll give us beautiful recon to anticipate the enemy, pick better tactics, and have better intel in battle. For our little 8 combat width divisions, give them a slight bonus, a little edge. And since we now have a ton of army experience, we can afford to increase the size of our divisions and reinforce them. So we're going to create new infantry battalions and try and bulk up a little bit. 16 combat width is much more respectable. Organization's at a nice 55. That's going to use about 10,000 of our newly found infantry equipment. We'll have about 10,000 left in the stockpiles. And we probably just want to, like, leave that there. We're just basically doubling the strength of our existing forces. If we were afraid of using too much, we could do a little bit at a time. Make them 12 instead of 8 combat width, which is still 50% more powerful, and then have about 15k in storage. Let's start there, because I'm a little nervous. These are going to be the grunts. Okay, caps lock is on. Grunts. Let's make their icon something basic. Just these, like, this rifle icon. That way I can identify them. These dudes are the reserves. Their icon, I usually make... They're going to be the future Coast Guard. So I like making them either like the Rook or the Shark. Shark is cooler. And then these are the... We'll just name them Cavalry. And then, I wish I could change... Oh, I can change their symbol. Nice. These are the Elite Cav, which are stronger. We'll give them the, like, horsey icon. The Land Sharks. Anyway, how you doing, Sim? What's up, man? Enjoy getting to catch you last night. I think it was last night. I've lost... Dude, my brain is not working. It was last night, right? Yesterday? Day before yesterday? I don't know. What day is it? It's almost December. How did this happen? It's been weeks. It has not been weeks, Sim. Don't say that. I'm going to your channel right now. I'm not joking. I just went to twitch.tv/simcopter1 and it says we're having trouble finding that site. Are we still live? Okay, I'm still live. Good. definitely hasn't been weeks. I did come in and people arrive, people leave. But we also got to raid your boy Simcopter recently as well. I hope you're doing well, dude. Thanks for popping and saying hi. I've never played Minkakuo before. We are no longer... Oh, not Minkakuo. Sorry. We are now the last emperor, the dynasty of China. Okay? Our names are changing. And I have been corrected by chat. This is not the King Dynasty as I thought, but it is in fact
Qing
Dynasty with a CH. Okay, Q is CH. Apparently. Like QIN is chin. So there you go. All right, I can see you again. Hi. Chat wins again. Q is a silly letter. It's true. Q is a silly letter. With silly little rules. All right, by the way, you are now witnessing the power of even just weak cav. These are actually my strong cav. 12. I put strong in air quotes. They're 12 combat width, but look, they are just too fast, too quick. I need to take all of the ports as fast as possible, go all the way around the edges. And then zigzag around. Too fast, too furious. While we've encircled their little cav here, this fight should be over. We're struggling on this one, somewhat understandably, but we're gonna go for the flank. And try and consolidate the front line. They're moving fast. Chat, who's supposed to be covering this? Who's this? Uh-oh. Are we spread too thin? We're spread too thin. Not me, boss. Not me. Don't worry, we're gonna move out. Uh-oh. We're spreading out. We'll give them a tiny bit of land as a treat. There don't need to be 5 divisions assigned to this, though. Let's take a capital. Ooh, a juicy capital. All right, how are we doing here? There's actually some troops now. But the rest of my forces are moving up. And we are backcapping them. Or at least we're sweeping around, I guess would be a better way to put it. Okay, we really need to, like, finish this off. It's getting a little embarrassing here. Okay, Mingakuo just capitulated, presumably after we took their capital. 1 down. That's 1 down. Well done. So here's the new plan. The new plan is we create a united front by shift, left-clicking here. And then we want to delete these ugly lines and have you join this and you join this. And then we're going to create an offensive line that is going to get a little confusing. Because we have to go all the way back into this territory. And I'd say let's create a path that just goes over the river here. Something that is respectable and accomplishable. It's going well for now. Yeah, it's going well for now. Commandeering the civilian trains was a huge bonus. Now if we could just finish Korea and then not ever get naval invaded. By Japan, who doesn't even have a navy. Thank God it wasn't a 180-day wait. Yeah, I know, right? Sim, you've played some in the Hearts of Iron in the Asian sphere of influence, right? Which one have you played? I've done Sin Kiong before. It was a really fun communist campaign. And now we are trying to embrace being the last emperor of China to the best of our abilities. I've never played this one before. We're kind of starting to get pushed back here, but I also need to try and take the flanks where possible. Yeah. Exactly like that. Japan naval invading? No way. I know, right? That's impossible. Okay, Cav, go reinforce Korea, and then all the Cav will go west. We really need to secure this. And also, I would say to continue pushing while we have the advantage. Be aggressive. We have over 250,000 manpower, and we have 9,000 guns left. Which reminds me, I'm going to stop some of our recruiting. Kind of slim down on the recruiting to make sure that we have plenty of infantry equipment. But yeah, Korea is currently my top priority. Need to reinforce here. Oh wait, you go there and then to there and then back. Sim says, I like playing Guangxi Click and Reorganized Nationalist China, regular China gone fascist. I've played both a few times and they're great campaigns. I seem to remember you being here before and being like, yo, Itao, you should try one of the China campaigns. I feel like I remember you saying that. Chat picked this particular campaign today. They wanted to see the focus tree. They want to embrace the mandate of heaven. Nice encirclement here, by the way. Cavalry might be able to beat them, this infantry group over. Possibly. But yeah, hopefully we don't get too aggressive here, but anything that they pull off of the Chinese front in order to deal with us means China's going to start having a slightly easier time pushing back as well. So we're sort of like allies without actually being allies right now. And we've got Beijing, and we've got a lot of coast. Oh, they actually beat me to that coastal spot. Their infantry's faster than my horsies! How could this happen? All encirclements are nice encirclements. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop training all these guys. I think it's better to keep the guns in the stockpile. Thank God for that 20k bonus that we got. We also got 500 artillery, which begs the question, could we get away with support artillery? We could. We can add support artillery to all of our grunts, which kind of ceases to make them grunts. The Imperial Guard each have 72 artillery, so they'll need reinforcements. We only have 4 of those divisions. I mean, they don't have to stay grunts for all intents and purposes. We can upgrade them. I think support artillery is huge. That soft attack bonus, the defense bonus. You get breakthrough, piercing. You lose some organization, but you make up for it, I feel like, in just brute soft attack. And we'll still have 239 in storage. We should use the artillery that we've got and reinforce. So it'll take some time. The orange bars will take a dip while we wait for those reinforcements. But I think it'll be a huge help. Okay, someone needs to kind of slide down here and take that spot. And then up here, I kind of don't know if I want to be so aggressive. Oh, we're already imbalanced. Okay, we're in a balanced pattern. But we might need to, like, push just a little bit and then get some planning bonuses and wait for Korea to finish up. The faster we close that pocket, the faster we can redeploy all these guys. Chat says, yeah, China unifying and disintegrating and unifying again has been a phenomena that's been happening for a very, very long time. So to play it as a campaign is a great way to experience the history. I think that's a good way to look at it. I took a few Chinese history courses in college and it helped me understand East Asia way more than I thought it could. I think that's cool that they had those kind of courses available. My problem is I'm super interested in history, but I'm not interested in being lectured about history. And it has nothing to do with jeffing or backseating. It's just like my ADHD brain cannot learn in a classroom setting as well as I would like to. And I frequently struggled with being incredibly sleepy in every class and not knowing why. And I didn't understand why my brain would shut down in lecture settings. With very few exceptions, it would take an extremely charismatic speaker to hold my attention, someone that I could feel was impassioned about what they were saying with energy. And just traditional lecture or reading paragraphs out of a book silently, like a history book, would just kill my brain function, and I just pass out. And I was a good student. In spite of having problems falling asleep in classes, which I had to come up with consistently more obscure ways to hide, like the classic book open, I'm not asleep, I'm just looking down. I'm looking down and I'm reading right now. And then when I remember to wake up, turn a page. But I was an A-B student all throughout my school career. I just couldn't stay awake in class. Think podcasts might do the trick? I don't know. I haven't had, like, the podcast bug. I think I'm just super visually stimulated. And for me, I really enjoy seeing something play out. I struggle from a learning perspective. Like, I know that the visual learner is kind of a myth, but it's not so much about, like, I retain information better, it's that I don't fall asleep. Like, oh, I'm a visual learner, I think is, like, a big myth. But at the same time, I find visual education more stimulating, and because it's more stimulating, I can pay more attention, and because I can pay more attention, I learn more. So for me, YouTube videos are, I would say, my favorite way to consume this kind of historical content. And one of those channels that I've just been completely infatuated with is the Operations Room. So Sim, if you haven't seen the Operations Room, I think you'd really like it. They have hours and hours and hours of visual representations of historical conflicts. Lots of World War II stuff. And it's super cool being able to see how like a naval battle played out and how chaotic it was and how crazy it was. And it's purely historical, just like here's what happened and what that looks like. Because if I hear about a naval battle, I'm like, okay, there's 10 destroyers, there's 3 light cruisers, there's 3 heavy cruisers, there's some submarines flanking, and then there's aircraft carriers. And each aircraft carrier had 50 of this particular plane. And I'm just like, okay, you lost me already to some extent. So seeing, not just hearing that, but also seeing the pictures of those things and how they're moving around and how they're staying in formation and how this destroyer charges headlong and this many millimeter cannons are firing and here comes some bomb, like that really helps me a ton. Whether it's World War II or like ancient battles also. I just can't, I struggle to visualize, chat, I can visualize an apple, but I can't visualize history very well. I don't, when I hear history, I don't see it in my mind's eye. Unless I already know what those things are and have a proven interest in those fields, I guess. Are we winning? Too early to say. We have a nice early offensive, and we're trying, I think, not to lose this little awkward bottleneck right here. Which would be great if we could kind of... Oh, they just, like, freed this space up. Turning my potential encirclement into them getting encircled would be awesome. But it's really, like, all of this chaos that we need to finish, which I think we're getting close to. Our organization is really bad, but that would be amazing reinforcements. I feel like I'm just going to get naval invaded, though. Hello, Wojess. Welcome back. Do these games typically end in world domination? I would say typically no. Certain campaigns that are more possible than others to do that. Typically not, though. Who are we playing as? We are now trying to reinstate Emperor Isen Jioropuyi, whose name I might be butchering. The last emperor of Qing China. So we're trying to put the emperor back on the throne of China right now. You're right about the charisma thing, Ital. I had some teachers that were super knowledgeable, but they just lectured, and I'd find myself falling asleep even though I was genuinely interested. Yeah, that's the problem with ADHD. You can be interested in something, and your body or your brain doesn't care. If you don't get the dopamine, the brain goes on strike. Hardcore History by Dan Carlin is gold. I especially enjoy Blueprint to Armageddon, his multi-episode coverage of World War I. Awesome. I'll have to give it a try. Though if I find myself unable to like it, it won't be because of the quality. It'll be because my brain sucks. No dopamine, no work. Why the dopamine no work? Like, things that I even like doing, I can't do. I love reading, can't read more than 2 chapters, and I'm like, I need to do something else. My dopamine receptors have been overstimulated by decades of advances in tech and entertainment. Now they're all burned out. The sensors are fried. All right, Sim, how long is each episode of Hardcore History? And is it on Spotify? You never know when a switch might flip. That's true, too. Partially on Spotify? It's like there's no middle ground in interest. It has to be a 9 or 10 out of 10, or it's a 1 out of 10. That's how I feel, too, recently. And I don't know how to get out of that funk. Each episode's like, chat says 3 to 4 and also 4 to 6 hours for each episode. And they have 3 to 5 episodes for each story. That's cool. I'm assuming that it's like kind of broken up. If they do a full 6 hours of preparation work with unedited 6 hours, that's amazing. That's a high level of knowledge. All right, either way, we've got this little pocket. We just got one here. I'm really excited about everybody kind of moving in. We're still trying to just shove them out. Boom. Nice. And then I'm going to have to decide on keeping some people as responders to potential naval invasions. That'll probably be some of the cavalry to respond to the naval invasions, and we will move everyone else to the Western Front. Also, great job. We're continuing to move. I'm going to kind of take some manual control here and try and get all up in Shanxi. Or we could just send all the cav over and hope we don't get naval invaded. Risky, but might be worth. But yeah, we just have to throw some bodies in the meat grinder here because we cannot let them have purchase in Southeast Korea. Okay. We have 150 PP. I think we always need to spend 50. We can't do it anymore. Okay, never mind. We can't just get the free civilian factories. That's okay. It's probably worth it just to get an infantry division attack and defense expert. That's just 10% attack, 15% defense. For 100 political power. This is just a good upgrade. Hey, Tal, I just made myself steakums. Thanks for streaming. My pleasure. Glad I could be your steakums accompaniment. Okay, Sim. I will check out Dan Carlin before this time next week. I will at least listen to I'll pick one of the World War II episodes and give it a listen. Clip it and ship it. Now your homework is to watch the operations room, any video of your favorite encounters or battles. And then we'll exchange thoughts like a podcast book club. I've also started watching Band of Brothers again recently. Like within the last 2 days. Has nothing to do with the fact that I am playing Hearts of Iron today. Literally nothing. Completely unrelated. I don't like this pocket that we're in here. The fact that they're pushing back while we're pushing forward is cause for concern. So I'm gonna go ahead and halt the advance. Let everybody kind of reposition. Try to stabilize, because they've got us... Oh, guys! What are you... No one's guarding this flank. I know you have enough troops. You have 34 divisions. Alright, just cut them off. Yeah, we are a little overextended here. It really comes down to just finishing our business in Korea. which is a little tough right now. I might have to just give them a little manual push. I can't believe I just let them take a port. Okay. We're struggling here a little bit, chat. That's okay. We overextended. We were trying to get as much land as we could. Maybe we made this easier for China. We're also fighting across a river, which is not good. How did he move that fast? All right, that's actually good because we'll be able to take the port. But I need someone who can catch this dude. I'm gonna have to like just deploy a random soldier. We'll watch the operations room deal. Ah, it's just such a good channel. Oh god, he's going for the next port. I know, I'm thinking about just deploying like a half-trained division, and that's not even close enough. Like, I don't think I can even choose... Yeah, I can't choose one that's closer. Okay, what do? Free civilian factories. And we're running out of guns. Somehow we're negative 40 artillery as well. And 46 support equipment. I can't say that I'm super surprised. I just need you guys to finish up in Korea. That's it. You're almost done. You're so close. And then we're just gonna hold the line. Now, that said, no one's there. Bro. This is the fastest dude. Don't move. You stay here. Well, we retook one port and this dude is taking it. How is he so fast? Time to use the rails? You'll just get pushed back with no organization. So what's the difference? Honestly, this is all it comes down to. We took another spot. Someone take the train. Where are they going? Are they going to go for the capital? That's so funny. Hey, we caught him. All right, sweet. We just have to hold them long enough for reinforcements. One dude on a mission. And yeah, we just need to stabilize everywhere else and just get entrenched. Oh, they sent someone into the port. I don't care about the stinky Italian league. Aiming to redefine the power balance in the Mediterranean, Italy has been making political overtures toward the creation of a new alliance in the region. The Italian League, in the words of Mussolini, will place Italy at the center of a new world power. Beautiful. All right, I think these guys are cut off. Bro, I am about to lose my mind at these random dudes that just broke through. What is this, like Japanese blitzkrieg? He's escaping. Okay, come on. Just finish the job. I'm trying to slow them down, dude. They got 3 divisions here! What is going on? Oh my god. He's using my strategy against me. All right, I'm taking like 4 horsies and putting them on this, and I'm gonna have them take strategic redeployment. This is not good. You guys can do it. I believe in you. Now there's 3 guys in the port. There's gonna be more in a second. There's about to be a lot more. In times past, the emperors of China were revered as living gods. We must reconnect the current emperor to this ancient tradition. Plus 10% stability and war support. That's very helpful. We can gain a research slot or another. I think we really need just more stability right now. Because we really need stuff. And we're losing factory output to low stability. Won't someone stop this madman? Nope, you're not. I'm not letting you get away. I don't care if we have low org. Just these guys gotta distract these nerds just long enough for the horsey boys to finish the job here. Oh my, they're moving in, chat! They're making moves! Guess who else has airplanes? Then it's not, I'll give you a hint, not us. We don't have the airplanes. Okay, we actually have more infantry equipment, but less artillery now. Understandable. We're trying to ramp up production efficiency of artillery as fast as possible. Horse, greater than airplane. I think you might have a point. I feel like they're breaking through. Okay, we have some potential upgrades. This is our cavalry officer. Is ready to receive either combined arms expert for motorized mechanized. I'm just gonna do plus 10% to cavalry. Oh, we don't have 15 command power. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. All right. I know I'm only on two speed right now, but I feel like that battle's taking way longer than it's supposed to. Ditto here. We're slowly gonna move to reinforce the Western Front. Can you have your planes graze the land for food? I didn't think so. By the way, Skullguard, thank you for the 500 bits earlier. Much appreciated as we put the finishing touches on Korea here. 97, 98, 99. Soon. The War Bonds. Thank you for the 500 bits of War Bonds. Okay, we're gonna take These dudes, put them over there. Strategic redeployment. Get on the trains. Okay, we finally got the one dude who kept trying to escape. Now we're gonna start trying to retake our port. Then we're gonna go back to the west. And then prepare for naval invasions. China wants to resupply in our ports. You got it. They're technically kind of our accidental allies right now. Only 2 divisions left. Nice encirclements. And then over here. They're starting to bring more people in, chat. 1 division left. It's happening. This is gonna be so good. $98. Hey, we got him. We got him. Okay. Sorry. I'm focusing right now. I'm not reading chat as much as I should be, probably. Korea is secure. Talks, I hate backseating, but the port is wide open. This port's open. That port's open. This port's open. That port's open. This port's open. The port's open, baby. Get the ports. Just control all the ports in the world. We got this. Alex, I hate backseating. ... But. Hey, but. Listen. Alright, reinforcements have arrived. You know what to do. Get entrenched. Talix, you forgot to switch the ports open sign to closed, shaking my head. Japan is planning naval invasions of Korea as we speak, and there's not much I can do about it. I'm not really sure what to do about it. Also, no convoys have access. We need to build a rail. We need to build, well, we just need to retake this port, and then we will have, they took our, like, strategic resupply. Because they're just so freaking smart. Alright, we need to win this tile and this tile. As fast as possible. Because that's where our rail line is, as it turns out. Stop dropping bombs on my battles that I am winning fair and square. Talix, I love backseating! Do we have 103 Army XP? Okay, let's get some spirits. In my opinion, Tenacious defense is good, +1 attack is good, planning and logistics is good. I'd say we're gonna benefit a lot from meticulous prep. A 50% chance of +1 planning and logistics. Logistics throughout China, mountains, everything is great, right? Let's go with meticulous prep. Army XP gain. Close air support. Might as well be cheating. I agree. Is it time to get cavalry attack? Supply combat penalties on core territory, minus 20%. That could be good if we take the one that cores all of China. You know what? Let's be weirdos and let's get proper heritage with the cavalry. We can always change that later. Also, I'm going to need to save some political power so we can increase conscription. Soon. The United Kingdom just declared war on Iraq in March of 1939. Just democratic things, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on there. The Allies just declared war on Iraq, I guess. There's not even a world war going on over there. They're just like, whatever. I'll do it myself. With the declaration of the war on Iraq by the United Kingdom, the League of Nations has failed in its attempts to preserve peace. Winston Churchill openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League, with other world leaders also questioning the point if it can't prevent conflicts. The days of the League are de facto over. GG. Okay, I feel like we're losing too much ground over here. Gonna move a couple more units over. Every time I played recently, they've done that. They just declared war on the Netherlands. What did the Netherlands do? How come Hearts of Iron is like, democracies cannot declare war on other democracies unless you're the Allies. Why is a rule for me and not for, rule for thee and not for me? Winston Churchill can declare war on another fellow democracy, the Netherlands. But if I try to do that, I'm the bad guy. Focus tree go burr. What focus is it? Okay. This is good news. We just gotta squeak into the port here. The Polish Republic joins the Allies. Poland's like, yeah, all my homies hate the Netherlands. Let's go. If the Dutch get too friendly with the Germans through their own tree, the UK has the decision to declare war on them. You hypocrites. You hypocrites. All right, guys, let's do this. We got two more. Send them to the front. We need to retake this. I need you to give it all she's got. We have no need to be training any of these. We're lacking equipment. I feel like we're losing too much ground up here. We don't have any supplies. I mean, that's the main issue. They are not getting supplied. I understand why. I'm working on it now. However, another solution would be to create a redundancy here, but that would take a very long time to create a rail that goes all the way back there. However, upgrading the existing rails, I think, is generally a good thing. Okay, UK's just going to war with Iran too. You guys are so close to just finishing the job. Who are we playing as? The last emperor of China. And we're at war with Japan. And allies. Their allies. We're trying to reestablish our supply lines right now, because we have 0% logistics fulfillment. Where did my train factory go? Oh, that's not good. Disappeared. Bring it back. Dude, they're so close to capitulating here. And then it just gets easier. 0% supply. It's better than it looks. I promise you, it's better than it looks. We got 6 divisions with their backs against the sea. We just need to drive them out. Chat, maybe this was actually a sneak attack to encircle 6 Japanese divisions and weaken them. It was a defense in depth. We lost all of our supplies on purpose, obviously. Resources not a problem. We could do one last spirit, but I think I'll wait. Okay, gamers. We're back. Now, cavalry defense plus 10%. Okay, boom. So, I need to give all the cav to you. This dude's already level 4. Okay, you're level 3. The cavalry dude is leveled up. They dinged. 5 attack, 4 defense, 2 planning, 2 regular skill. That's pretty sweet. He's unpaused. I was unpaused before, but I was on 2 times speed instead of 3. Okay, here's the issue. If we get naval invaded over here, we're dead. They just go straight to the capital, we lose. So what I'm thinking is... I'm thinking we take... Who are my stinky shark reserve troops? We only have 5. They're really gonna want to try to take ports, and we actually just don't have a port over here. They could still go in. That would be like a really ballsy move, to just invade North Korea and then go straight for the capital with no supplies. That would be like an incredibly Chad move. But more likely they're gonna try and take these ports, I think. Okay, those are my awesome guys. So, here's what I'm thinking. I think we just gotta pull a few divisions off the front. And I'm gonna need to promote an officer. but I need so much command power. Okay, this is a bit awkward then. I can just do it with no general right now, I guess. It's kind of annoying. We're gonna have to create a small area defense next to our ports. And really focus those. The only thing I want them to do is guard ports. We only need 4 divisions to have someone in each one. Okay, so those guys will go to the various ports that I just chose. And then, since this is like the cavalry guy, I'm gonna split up the non-cavalry units into the other infantry crews. And then have basically everybody man this front, okay? We should be actually getting supplied now. No convoys have access? Is it just need to like be on pause for a bit for this? Because we have access from the capital. It's a level 5 rail, level 4 rail. Am I missing something there? Second question, where... Okay. I was gonna ask where the rest of the dudes I just put on guard duty are. Do we have civilian trains? We have -2, but we also have 17 total trains. Apparently we need 7 convoys for something, and I'm not clear what. Because we have a train that goes straight through this naval base. So I don't understand why it wants convoys. It's trying to send the trains like down here, then convoy over here. Which doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's using convoys because no trains are available, but they're... the trains are only going over here, though. There's no other units to fulfill. Chat, if the free trains decision, you're treating the symptom and not the disease. You have to treat the disease. What we need to figure out is why it is pathing via convoy at all. Which it should not be. Like, these soldiers have supplies demanded 0.24. They're receiving 0.1 from the state itself. There's a level, there's a level 5 train connection. Also, this song is the other worst song. Hello, how's the Gamer Death Bot already? I gotta Google this myself. Hearts of Iron 4. Supply using convoys instead of trains. Okay, someone posted a bug report and the only response is, yeah, this is screwing me over in my game right now. Classic. Okay, what did chat say? Have you told boats not to use the sea zone? That's the first thing I do when supplies are taking boats instead of trains. No, I don't actually know how to do that. Here we go. Block. Block the yellow sea. In the future, you might need to remind me to not do that. Now let's see if that changes things. No supply connection from capital, it now says. There's a little infrastructure damage, but like... What's this? Try reloading. Did you just make that up? So weird. It worked. We have supply now. I've been fighting with like one hand tied behind my back before this. Turn it off and turn it back on again. It worked. All of our supply hubs over here just got supplied. Wow. Well, that's why we were probably struggling so much before. Now that we have supplies, we can get reinforcements, we can get organization. That one enemy planted bombs as they were walking through. Not enough manpower to fill our garrisons. Okay, part of that is we don't have the right garrison. So, we want to just be using the, like, cav units as our primary garrison. So we're going to change from grunt to cav. That should help with the garrison issues. Insufficient resources is not that big a deal right now. We are at war! Chat, we have taken 100,000 casualties so far, which is bad, but we've inflicted 142,000 back, plus 15k. It's not quite 2 to 1. WTF, we're at war? Dude, we're at... Oh my god, they're already doing a naval invasion. Oh no! They're here! There's 9 divisions coming in, dude! Yo, there's 9 divisions. Okay, horsies. Horsies, quick! Strategically redeploy. Where's the alert? I just heard it. It just fired off. We're going as fast as we can. Where did everybody else go? Okay, well, I don't... Dude, where did they go? There was like 9 divisions and now there's not. Bicycle Squad! Wait, wrong campaign. They'll get you. That's how they get you. Okay, we probably don't need to redeploy all these dudes then. And you guys go area defense just like you were doing a second ago. Maybe we just saw some divisions that were heading to the Chinese ports. True. Okay. Now the cavalry reinforcements are rolling in. I feel like we're getting pushed back a little further than I'd like. With German forces on their border poised to attack, the Kingdom of Livonia has given in to a German ultimatum, demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel. It was passed to the Kingdom of Livonia by the Treaty of Versailles, but it has been reintegrated into the region of Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions in Europe? Experts are extremely doubtful. Why would they name it that? Don't they know about memes? Another batch of maps made obsolete. The General Affairs Council was only the tip of the iceberg. The Japanese effectively ran large parts of the civil service completely outside of our control. We need to put in place our own administrators. Dude, 10% base stability is kind of awesome. We also need more trains. So now that I've got plus 10% base stability, I think it's a decent idea to try and commandeer. I was waiting on getting some bonus stability before I tried taking more trains. I need to wait 38 more days anyways. Okay, 1939. Not ready for guns. We're already doing most industry. We can't afford engineers yet, so I guess let's just take construction. We've been doing a lot of repairs. I want to make a backup rail for the same reasons we were just looking at. I will make my own rail infrastructure from here back to the capital, basically. Or at least to like that. Right? Like at least a level 1 backup rail. More rail is mo better. And we need to do national focus. Another research slot is cool, but I think getting the cores actually helps us in various ways because we'll get bonuses fighting for our own core areas. And we get 10% war support. That's a core of like 58 territories, which is awesome. Manpower's getting low. I'm going to save up political power and change conscription. Okay, we got 18 command power. I'd love getting +5 max entrenchment and a recon bonus while entrenched. Defense for my infantry is good. But yeah, losing this spot is annoying, but not unexpected. Turns out defending the river is easier than not defending the river. We could honestly probably, like, retake this pretty easily. That way it kind of consolidates the front line a little bit here. He says pretty easily before instantly going red. Dispersed Industry 3. Okay. We need production to go up very fast. 20% more factories and states, 10% more output, because we are barely breaking even on infantry equipment. We're lacking artillery and support equipment. We're still not at maximum efficiency, so that's just taking its dear sweet time to get fully stabilized. Let's do another radar for the coordination bonus. But yeah, we need some time to actually get entrenched, dig in here. And just kind of chill. But yeah, I'd like to make a push so we're getting a little too close to they're getting a little too close to the throat of our front line. People arrive. I don't know how to play this game, but can someone debate me on it anyways? The Mexican Republic was annexed. 63 pieces of equipment. All taken. Chat will oblige. Chat. Occasionally I look over, I see a block of text, and I ignore it, and then I continue looking. Have you guys been in an argument for like the last 30 minutes about something? Do I need to intervene? Longer than that? Closer to 2 hours? How's it? You gotta pick your fights. We haven't even hit max efficiency anyways, and there's another 10%. So, we can go up to 83 now. They've been talking during the lecture. That's pretty typical. Alright, it's time to upgrade our artillery now. Is there a... Chat was talking about a way to just get peace via an event timeout. What is that timeout? Dude, there's a lot of troops here. China, you're supposed to be not losing right now. Why are you losing, bro? Conquer all the mainland holdings. Oh, this? This? Just hold to hold this? That's it? Since China gave in to Japan earlier, it'll make this harder. Oh, you mean the classic, the game knows that I'm trying to do something, so they pick a neighbor nation that will screw my plans over automatically? Is that what you're talking about? Because that happens every single campaign. We also don't have any trucks, which is hilarious. We have 100 trucks, actually. Oh, I take that back. We have some trucks. Which is great for supplies up here. That's a player. Get that guy. But yeah, this little encirclement is real bad. Oh, there's like 5 dudes there? But they're out of supplies. So it's worth at least pushing to give them one less flank. Likewise, I know it's across a river, but pushing across from Beijing might be worth it? Question mark? Okay, some places, yes. However, I think we need to go ahead and up conscription before that becomes a problem because we're down to 140k and it's going to be a bloody conflict. So let's go from 1.5 to limited conscription. Good timing. Yeah, splitting this front would actually be huge. That's a great point, Tian Leadfoot. If we could just take the rest of Shanxi. Communist China is also at war with China, which is bad for us. So... But yeah, taking down to here would be excellent. Dutch East Indies was puppeted. Netherlands, gone. The UK has taken over. Why do I feel like we have so few troops here? Guarding this incredibly important port. Kind of on me, I guess. Oh god, not again. It's more likely than you think. I just can't do area defense here. But yeah, this flank being so open over here is a problem for sure. Like, what I should realistically do is reorganize the front, but I don't think I can afford to. Reinforcements are arriving a little bit late to the scene. Please liberate us, Etal. I don't want to eat stinky British food. Why do I see Evanito, who's still modded for some reason, say, Mad Dog, please, Omega lol? Is that like a, don't make me ban you, time you out, please? Ban them while you still can. Gotta IP ban chatters. Very sad. You hate to see it. I'm having to continuously manually reinforce these spots because we're losing the battles there. And they're trying to, like, redistribute the troops. Which is funny, but also scary. Do we have any air support? Oh, do I have air support as, Qing China? Against Japan. Does Isen Pui have air support against one of the largest air forces in the entire world? Don't ask, he already did. Okay. This. And this. There we go. Okay. Anyway. We're going to lose two very important pockets that are admittedly very difficult to hold. And I'm getting naval invaded in Western Manchuria. Okay, there is that 9 who just are all naval invading at the same time? Yeah, I think it might be. Maybe. All right, chat, before I deal with this chaos, let me take a quick GDB, because it has been 6+ hours, and I'm a little hungry. And also, I'm getting stressed because I feel like we're going to start losing soon, which is, you know, sometimes it happens. This game's hard. Japan's just doing really freaking good, and China's doing really bad. And I think this campaign goes better when China does good, and they're not. They really didn't, like, I've actually never seen China give up their land because Japan asked nicely. Until the one time I try to play as the Qing dynasty. So, it's been tough because Communist China's also at war. Communist China and Xinjiang are also at war with China and Jibei Sanma Yunnan. So, it's tough. Okay, I'll be right back. This is a hard campaign. It's starting to look grim because once China also didn't united front. Yeah, China did not united front. They're really struggling. And then once they're done over here, Japan's gonna turn their full weight against us. And we're just trying to catch up on infantry equipment, so they're gonna be able to keep industrializing. But yes, I'll be right back. You channel points should rejoice because in a potential upset, Republican Spain is now on the back foot, and the anarchists and nationalist Spain have got a lot more land after Karl got eliminated. So that's quite a spicy one. The comeback is on. All right, I'll be RB. Thanks for watching tonight, chat. Hang tight. Appreciate ya. Now listen to something chill. Time to cry. Time to cry. Are we... I can move you, and that's about it. Oh god. Poke holes in the boat. I thought I had water. I don't have any water. Oops. Heh, whoops. Chat. We got problems. We have got some big problems. They're falling into our trap. Now, okay, so they just launched a naval invasion with actually 9 divisions, and that's before China capitulates. Can we ask? We can't ask anybody for help, no. We cannot ask a single solitary soul for help. There is probably only one way this goes in our favor, which is like communist China somehow got into war with Japan. But that's not going to happen. Us against the world, easy. I don't think you guys understand. There's about to be no us. Like, imminently. In my hundreds of hours of experience in Hearts of Iron, this is the part where you probably just restart and try again. Because this is a basically unwinnable situation. Let's try moving... these dudes over here. The good news is we have a level 5 rail. That's like the best news. And we just concede whatever territory we lose over here. It's not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately, here. Like, part of the problem is the AI is bad at managing front lines. And this is something that I don't know if it's fixable by mods or by coding or what. But some of the issues are, we have land over here that's not super important. It's sort of just like big empty deserts, right? Very easily defensible. And then we have land over here that's a port, an airbase. It's also the underbelly. Like this area is very important, right? But we can't weight the importance of those things. It's treating them as more or less equally important. So our forces are concentrated in a balanced, as the AI sees it, respect. But in actuality, we have, for example, you know, 3, 6, 9 divisions guarding land that these two dudes could never possibly take. They could never go in there. By themselves, without a flank. It's not going to happen. But these areas where we're surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4 separate flanks, we only get 5 divisions total to try to hold that down. It's just not enough. And so you have to micromanage the hell out of each of these, like, extended engagements. And it is a bit obnoxious. Because, like, I could leave this with one division could guard this, because you got a river and no flanks. One division. One thing that would be great is if you could paint the map like area defense, except instead of area defense, it's like area priority. And you can just paint that area, and if there's a front line in that area, they will weight the front line more in that zone than anywhere else. That'd be awesome. That would be one gameplay mechanic that would be able to solve it. A second that I don't like, but that has more micromanagement potential, is to click on each province and then give it a RimWorld priority. I don't like that solution, but, like, I don't know, some kind of priority queue would be excellent. Where did the battle numbers go here? Oh God. So they took the airfield, they're gonna take the port next. There's just not much I can do about it. Okay, I need them to get some organization. We're just going to have to kick them out a couple of divisions at a time, if possible. But yeah, I don't really feel like doing the micro hell for this front line. This area over here is just very unfortunate that we weren't able to, like, do much. I mean, maybe we can if I just give it a little push. Nah. There's not even a river there. Yeah, cohesion has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Cohesion just affects how far away a unit will reinforce from. That has nothing to do with the priorities on which provinces or tiles should have the most forces defending it. That's to try to keep people in place from getting up and giving up their defensive position. What I'm talking about here is being able to prioritize ports, airfields, when you're dealing with the front line. And I'm sure that there is a little bit of that under the hood, but it's not good enough. Okay, so we're gonna lose Dalian. And we're struggling to even push these guys out with a 1, 2, 3, 4-person flank. We have 10% war support, and we can create factions. So we just now got the ability to create factions. I can demand subjugation. That's unfortunately, they're currently losing a war. Okay, can't collaborate or ask anybody to do anything. Best I can do now is not much. An extra research slot, I guess. Yeah, that's the problem, Seth. I don't have more generals. We have no more generals. That's a big issue. Alright, we probably want Grand Battle Plan. Plus 10 entrenchment is like best hope I can get right now. Plus 10 entrenchment, plus 25% speed. Go trench warfare and try and dig in. That's basically all I got. Okay, second. I guess I could... It will tell me if there's anyone I can invite to a faction, but other than that, not much to do there. But yeah, plus 10 entrenchment would be excellent. 3 military factories. We're starting to run out of guns. Why did we get 3 factories from? More than 3. I don't know where all those factories came from. Oh, from coring China. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. Must have been from coring China, because we got some civilian factories on that, too. I mean, that'd be super useful if we could just hold the territory, but we're about to lose Beijing as well. Because we're sort of just in that everybody fall back. And then you guys go reinforce here. I'm trying to help, but it's not working. Try and take that spot again. Well, there you go. Remember when I said I've played a lot of Hearts of Iron, and this is probably the stage where I would restart? Yeah, this is why. 5, 6, 7 plus question marks. China just did not do anything in this campaign, so it's unfortunate. But Japan got huge land before 1939. Show division comp, please. 2 things. 1, no, I'm playing as a minor power. 2, you can't just copy people's division comps and copy paste it to every campaign. And 3, you don't want to copy from a losing campaign. Tox, I am a 5-star war general. Your problem is that Japan has a stronger military. I hope that helps. It helps a bit, yeah. That's what I hate about being AI naval invaded as a minor race. Once the ball rolls, it rolls damn hard. I want to be cool China. My division builds are top secret. No, they're just default. I got what I got because we're playing as a minor power right now. And those guys are stuck. Like, this is... We couldn't even kick out 2 units, you know what I mean? I have 6K hours in the game. Okay, but leaving it open 365 days a year and not actually playing doesn't count, okay? Just because you guys... Chat, turn off your computers. Windows needs to update. I promise it'll run... Everything will run way smoother if you just turn off your computer every day. Windows update is virus. I did this morning. Anyway, yeah, this campaign I think is over. It was fun though. But unfortunately, the only way that we have to take these... Okay, I just gotta combine these. Hang on. Yeah, like this is over. Because like every time we do this, they're just gonna send another naval invasion. So it's kind of just pointless. I have to concede all this territory to stop them from just marching to the capital. Though it looks like they've redeployed a bunch of their troops from this border as well in order to support this. So I'm gonna give it one last try here. Because the only way that this works out is if we can somehow push them back. They will just lose a whole bunch of divisions with their back against the sea. Because, yeah, this is way weaker over here. Which is interesting. Okay, we need to upgrade some of our generals. Let's start with our field marshal. I'm going to give our field marshal... Right now, we're just trying to stay alive, but we also long-term need to be offensive. So we already have a defensive doctrine plus 30% max entrenchment. I'm just going to go ahead. I'd like to have 2 field marshals. So this is just going to be our like defensive guy. We're going to give 30% more entrenchment, goes further when you have a higher maximum entrenchment. So you need to pick a little bit of synergy there. But I think 10% attack is great. We just have a lot of cavalry. So the entrenchment helps everybody. And then this general, we're going to make you an infantry expert for the attack bonus. Boop. All right, now the fun part, trying to push back in. Go, go, go. Where we're going, we don't need artillery. We actually have balanced the budget on infantry equipment and support equipment. I'm surprised. But we're losing ground, chat. That was like 99%. So sad. That was so close. Yeah, the battle's basically just gone to a standstill over here. They're more focused on this. Understandable. I don't understand what's taking us so long to just move into regular positions. Like, is it supply? They're just staying back because of supply? We should have an amazing railroad there. It's level, why is it only level 2? What doctrine are you using? My doctor? It's still Obamacare. Since that Twitch doesn't cover that kind of thing. Is it the air support? I mean, sure. Is it the boats, the tanks, the infantry, the artillery? Yeah, it's those are the things. Spain development? Oh yeah, if nothing else we have to see who wins in Spain, because Republican Spain just got booted. Channel points are still on the line, and now it's the anarchists versus the fascists. Good luck. Best of luck to you all. I want you to succeed. Okay. 1939. Don't really have support because we don't have equipment. Already doing artillery. Already got industry. Guess I'll just take another coordination point. Anarchy! Counterattack left. I mean, they still have 5, 6 divisions just in the mountains, you know? And again, we have 500 guns. So, our best bet is to hemorrhage, stop the hemorrhaging, and just get dug in. Korea. You can't just write Korea in chat and have that mean something, you know? Chat, you can't just choose a random nation and just write that name in the chat. Yeah, we're getting our teeth kicked in here a little bit. Let's play it out. Let's just go 4x because I'm tired of waiting. I like how my general goes from the enemy is stronger to we are overwhelmingly more powerful. One of our few generals is wounded. So sad. It just took them forever to even get on the front line. Japan calls another enemy against us. Now we're losing Beijing because I had to pull a whole bunch of people off the front. But we're really smart. The Empire requires bright people to further its cause. Have an extra research slot. There's not a lot we can research right now. I don't really need building slots. And an annex war goal against China is also fairly pointless right now. Offering vassalization to the people who are also losing is somewhat pointless. And I don't control Beijing, so I can't do... I wouldn't move the capital anyways. Probably just collect political power and hire some more military high command. For like recovery rate and stuff. And then try and make this general stronger. Max entrenchment. Oh, we don't have enough command power. Oops. Okay. I'm just gonna try and launch a counterattack out of... Chat. I told you. I told you. Told you. It's over. So, it's over. I'm just gonna 5x to see who wins the Spanish Civil War. It's over. That way we can pay out the believers and the doubters. They don't, yeah, they don't stop coming. When China is losing that badly, we're just gonna get naval invaded by a dozen divisions that we can't possibly hope to repel over and over again. So, I think the fascists are winning in Spain, chat. Sorry, I left the back door open while I was playing with the dog. Did something happen? Recently, my minor games have ended all like that. Death to a major with naval invasion. Honestly, that is a problem, but in most games, Japan is busier with China for longer. In this campaign, China conceded territory and gave up Beijing and all the surrounding territory to Japan willingly, and also did not unite with any of the other neighboring nations or warlords to have a united front against Japan. So because of those two things, Japan is not in a faction and was basically sort of inadvertently allied with Jibei Sanma and Yunnan against the combined might of the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, which is unusually strong in this one time I play Qing China. China gave up Beijing and then tried to attack the warlords, so the warlords sided with Japan, yes. Japan is in league with the Guangxi clique and also is inviting more friends. And Shanji. What up with Spain? That's what we're fast forwarding to find out. That's why we're 5xing right now. Pay attention. You can't just come back after we get done looking at Spain for the last 5 straight minutes and then be like, ah, what's happening in Spain? Germany is under attack? What? The German Empire is at war with Italy and Italian Yugoslavia? Anyway, I was pulling for the anarchists. But yeah, this is a game over. I'm just conceding defeat. We did our best. Ended up being a one-stream campaign. I'm glad that at least we lost today and I didn't turn the stream on tomorrow, losing the first 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm just gonna let all that lapse. The Liberian Protectorate proclaimed. I mean, at least we got to fight for a while. I promise you this has nothing to do with the fact that we're losing, but I don't love this campaign primarily because there's nothing to do. Like, I haven't been able to pick any political choices. The only one that was available my entire campaign was collaboration with Japan. I think that's okay. To be fair, I don't even know that I would pick any of them if we were trying for the like Qing dynasty. Because I offered to go democracy and chat said no, stinky. So I'm not saying that the nation's stinky, I'm just saying that, like, Mandate of Heaven is kind of boring, actually. I think it'd be more interesting to have gone democracy and, like, actually reached out. He thinks Heaven is stinky. The idea of Mandate of Heaven is cool, but it's basically like you just get cores on China. It's basically the most exciting thing that happens. It's like, these are not necessarily more interesting, but if you go down to here, you get... it's okay. This is one of the older DLCs, so I'm not expecting it to be as crazy as the newer stuff. The new stuff does make a little bit of the older stuff less interesting by comparison. There's no democratic or communist focuses for Manchuria. Yeah, I noticed. This is just like your way to get naval research bonuses This is your Air Force research bonuses. These are your these are just all of your military research bonuses, and there's a few factories thrown in. Well, yeah, it's just an older focus tree. But it would be fun to try and core all of China, and that would be interesting. It's just tough because this is a heavily AI dependent game. I'm not really sure if you were in my exact same shoes, how you would win this. Bro, I told you Korea. What about it? But what? Elaborate. Were you just pointing at the map? What is this music? Nordic Defense Council declares war on Denmark. Strikes! This will blow over. Oh my god, it's Korea. But yeah, the point is you can't defend the front lines that you're losing and defend against 12 division naval invasions every 3 weeks. It's not possible. So that's why it's heavily AI dependent, because for that to not happen, Japan couldn't be here. The fact that Japan is this chunky down here in mainland China is an unwinnable situation, I think. So I'm just letting it fall. Speaking of letting it fall, I'm on 5x speed chat. Japan has to be busy. Yeah. There they go. But yeah, it's a campaign that's dependent. It's probably better in historical. That's actually probably the best perspective I can offer. I think that this campaign is worse in ahistorical and better in historical. Because in historical, Japan is going to be very busy fighting China for every inch of Chinese soil. And it'd probably be much easier for you to throw a giant wrench by not only taking away an ally from Japan, but also adding an ally to China, and then eventually fighting China afterwards separately. Or Japan has to be in the Civil War in a historical, yeah. But I can definitely see this being much easier in historical. Come on, Barcelona. You can do it. Fight back. Anarchist, is it over? What is going... Okay, this would have been such a fun campaign to try to figure out... Oh my god, the AI did it. The Nordic Defense Council united Scandinavia and joined the German Empire. This would have been a spicy campaign. Livonia also joined. Cool hat, bro. The Romanian People's Republic, for some reason, joined the German Empire, and Turkey joined, and they're warring. Actually, this may not have been that cool of a campaign, because Germany is just going to squish Italy and then beat everybody else, probably. I am puppet now. I have been puppeted. I'm just a little puppet guy. Just a little puppet guy. Took long enough. But yeah, really hard campaign. But it feels very RNG focused. The Fringe are becoming communist again. Hello, Maurice. They won't expect you to do it again. Just go back to war. The French Commune. Communist versus monarchy? Okay, the front line has been cut. It's been cleft. And now they're just sort of being picked off. So sad. Team 3 is in shambles. Wait! They've reunited the front somehow. But at what cost? What do the casualties look like? 800,000. 800,000 troops? So brave. That's a lot for Spanish Civil War. I feel like this one's taking longer than usual. Oh. Oh. That changes things. Livonia just declared war on Latvia, which just dragged Germany into war against the Soviets. And the UK just declared war. They're like, everybody settle down in here. UK versus Italy. Iran has joined the Italian League. Of course they have. This is just rapid fire chaos. Iraq joined the Italian League, the classic Italian League. They're doing great. All right, listen, anarchists, can you guys just die? Can you just give up already? Everybody wants to see their channel points. It's almost 1941. Chat, what's the longest you've seen the Spanish Civil War go to? This. I didn't read that. Hopefully nothing interesting happened there. Are they pushing back? Oh my god. They have more land somehow. Welp. Let's go. Let's see how the casualties have changed. Almost a mil. 950,000. They just lost another 150K total. Because the war started, I think some of the volunteers got pulled out. Oh. That would make sense, because, like, the big war happened, huh? The UK is at war with Italy. Italy's at war with them and the German Empire. The German Empire is at war with the Soviets. Yeah, we're at full-blown World War now. There's a Bolivarian alliance. Hungary joins. Austria-Hungary has been forcefully reformed. Oh boy. Belgium joins the Italian League. RIP Belgium. Austria-Hungary big. German Empire just declared war on the UK. Okay. Oh my god. I kind of wish we had been able to succeed in our timeline. Because this is a spicy one. Oh. Because, yeah, Poland is just now at war with the, like, the UK just hung Poland out to dry. Because they went to war, we're like, sorry Poland, I know you're technically in the Allies. The French are the only ones not in the war here, which is weird. Just feels weird. Warsaw is gone. Sorry, guys. I forgot Greece was just at war with Turkey. We got Mustachio Man. Waluigi. I didn't help, bro. I actually was not in that war. Chat, it is March 1941 and the Spanish Civil War is still going. Bro, I'm not helping you. I went AFK when you called me into war. Japan? Wait, what? The French Commune joined the Mexican Soviet Republic. Japan called El Salvador as our ally in the Japanese-French War. I don't... What? How did that happen? Honduras joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Guatemala has joined the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity... Can we just rename it the Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere? Why are we specifying East Asia? We're in Central America now. Honduras is our ally now, too. All the message spam. Yeah, that's called 1941 and beyond. The Greater East Asian Central American Co-Prosperity Sphere. Prepare to... Things are afoot in the Communist Party. Our intelligence services have intercepted couriers moving between base areas, carrying orders for the revolutionary counterstroke. Not again. Not again. No, I don't want to do another revolution. It didn't go well at all last time. Wait! Communist China is doing a mega war against Japan. When did that happen? What? Available manpower 23 to 44 million. Woof. This is a cool timeline. It's a shame the AI had to no fun allow us before it even started. Yeah, I mean, even with this, I think they're still probably dead. I just don't. I'm not. My heart's not in it. My heart only cares about what happens here. No humans in the fun zone. But it is a cool timeline. I mean, look at that. Look at this front line. It's a highly unusual front line. Who? Japan is now at war with the SSSR for some reason. And France. Ah, yes, the anti-Soviet pact. I'm surprised the game's still running pretty quickly. They definitely have been patching the performance specifically. Poland is gone. France is now actually at war. German Empire is at war with everybody, dude. They're surrounded on all sides. But yeah, I'd rather just duke this out. Because even if we somehow rebelled against Japan at this point, we're never going to be communist China with 30 million manpower at this stage. In 1941. Not Paraguay! Not Italian Yugoslavia. The Protectorate of Albania. The game's frozen. Someone's surrendering. I think. Yeah. SSSR took 131 states. The Soviet Union was... That's the fastest Soviet capitulation I've ever seen. I'm not even sure how it happened. I wasn't really watching. When I looked, Germany was here, and then when I looked again, the Soviets instantly capitulated. They lost some big cities to the SSSR, then Romania and Germany crawled into the capital. Did they get there? Did they get to Moscow? I thought the Soviets had like all their land. Romania is communist. Yeah, but they're in the German Empire. I don't know what's going on, dude. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, Leningrad fell, I guess. They occupied Baku, the fall of Moscow. Did it fall? You just sent me all of this at the same time. Like, I don't believe you. They seized Stalingrad and Moscow at the same time. And the SSSR capitulated. What? They surrendered to the reorganized government of China. Even the game doesn't know what's going on. Okay, I didn't do anything, so I'm just going to confirm exit and see the border gore. Yes, the Panama is in the co-prosperity sphere. Soviet Civil War is over. Good job. Is it now? Look at Livonia big. Republic of Ukraine, I guess? And, yep. Communist China has lost a ton of land. Costa Rica's in. Soviet Civil War over. Winner, Germany. I take it back. I'm kind of glad that we got knocked out of this timeline because this is just this is one of those classic annoying German Empire beats everybody. Like taking over the Soviets in 1941 just means the rest of your campaign is gonna suck. Wow, Japan gave you land. Thank you, base Japan. That's so nice. I appreciate the border gore right in the middle of everything. Will we make it to 1942? Italy is in civil war? Doesn't look like... Okay, so it's just Sicily. For some reason, Mussolini is only in control of Sicily, but not the rest. Which is sort of the inverse of how it actually happened in real life. Sicily was the first to fall. I've never seen the Soviets capitulate before the Spanish Civil War ends. Well, at least we're getting some weird content out of this botched run. So many dead. Let's see. 1.3 million. 1.4 million dead. Big Belgium. Ecuador is in. Okay, UK is still... The fall of Hong Kong. Luxembourg's dead. Why is Belgium in France? Oh, Belgium's in the Italian League. Okay. Sure. Meanwhile, America is EP. Yeah, the US actually hasn't done anything. Despite communist Mexico below them being at war with Guatemala, Honduras, and forcing all of them into my alliance, actually. Okay, they're coming back to push the anarchists back. France is dead. Huh. Chad, I was never gonna beat Japan in this campaign. You understand that, right? The Spanish Civil War is over. Oh, the anarchists were annexed, but oh my god. Japan is now fighting the UK from inside of France. What the hell is going on here? And we're at war with Canada? I guess we're just at war with the Allies. That makes sense. The anarchists outlasted France and Russia. We didn't make it to 1942. All right, time to pay the fascist believers. 1.7 million China points on the line earns them a 3.77 to 1 return on investment. Led by Stan Brule, who voted 250,000 China points, is about to get close to 1 million back. Big win. Republican Spain, Anarchist Spain, and Carlist Spain voters are donating a combined 4.9 million channel points to the Spain fascist voters. That is a huge transfer of channel point power. Enjoy your channel points. That's a lot of channel points, dude. 6.5 million channel points going to 49 individuals. GG's. Well, we might have lost to Japan, but it's kind of like losing to a team in the playoffs that goes on to win the championship, you know? We may have lost to Japan, but now Japan owns France. I think we did as good, and China, by the way. We may have lost to Japan, but Japan went on to win one of the world championships. So we can't be too mad because Japan was just OP in this playthrough. They took mainland China and they took frickin' France. Unopposed. We were fighting a little bit above our weight class. It was a good shot. We took our shot against the best of the best. Between all these guys, though, I mean, German Empire is just gonna dominate. Look at this. They've already won. This campaign is actually over. We got Dave controlling. They're controlling most of Europe. They've got Soviet territory. The U.S. is not involved. The U.K. is going to lose. Probably to Japan. GG's. Chat. We'll give this campaign maybe another try some other time. I don't really feel super compelled to just like redo it until I win. It doesn't feel the same as Ethiopia to me. I thought it was okay. I think it has okay potential it feels like too many cards have to fall your way in order to do the whole campaign. It's kind of just all in on taking over China and coring China. It's fine. It's aight. I think I would, if we do another campaign in the near future, I think I want to do... I mean, I'll decide then. I was thinking about just doing a Spain campaign. And doing, like, another sort of Spain... I keep talking about Spain being my favorite starter nation, and doing, like, a tutorial Spain run would be fun. Be the Carlists you want to see in the world. But I'll try to find something else to do tomorrow. I was hoping that this was going to be a 2-stream campaign, but that's okay. I'm glad that it didn't waste our time. Sometimes you win some, and sometimes... If you never lose, then it's not fun when you win. I think that's why I still enjoy Hearts of Iron. It can, even though I have played as much as I've played, it's still an incredible challenge. So when you do overcome that challenge, it feels awesome. But I had fun. I definitely don't think it's a bad campaign. I think it's just better historical than ahistorical. So it's sort of different play style from what I normally would want. Because it sort of requires Japan to be very preoccupied. It's funny we all capped when you said you'd be done in 2. We were right, just not in the way anybody thought. Well, that's why I like Hearts of Iron. You can just play a campaign, and you might lose in a few hours, or you might... You're never... I never feel like those awkward Stellaris campaigns where you get, like, multiple... like a dozen, 2 dozen hours in, and then you realize, oh, I didn't prepare for this outcome, and then it sort of just fizzles your whole campaign. I like just rip the Band-Aid off, dude. If I lose, tell me I'm gonna lose. We've had a lot of really close campaigns. Like the last Poland campaign was super close. Extremely close. All right. But anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. We got 7.5 hours today. It was fun to try a different nation I haven't seen before and take a look at that tree. But we'll be back tomorrow. I'm planning on streaming the rest of the week, so see what we feel like doing. Thursday, Friday, and then we'll see about Saturday. Maybe. All right. Thanks for watching, and also Gluten Pale. Thank you for 61 months. I appreciate the sub. Thanks for hanging out. Didn't mean for today to... You know what? I'm just having fun chilling, streaming, playing different games. Try to find some more stuff that's different to do. We'll probably do some more. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything because I don't know how I'm gonna feel day to day. I'm just gonna open Steam and see what catches my eye. Today it was Hearts of Iron. Tomorrow, who knows? But I had fun. I never really feel bad about losing Hearts of Iron. That's why it is my favorite Paradox game. Thanks for playing. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. It is enjoyable on its own, just sort of seeing the crazy state of the world. That was like a quick injection of here are all the zany events that were going to happen just rapid fire on 5x speed. Like Japan naval invading France. That's a spicy one. Or Scandinavia joining the German Empire. Chat, I'm going to send you guys on an end of the stream raid. We are going to go off on an adventure. Let's go say what up to your boy Sim, who was hanging out in here earlier. Talking World War II and 1 documentaries. I'm gonna have to do some homework. Listen to some podcasts. Go give Sim some love. Check him out. Give him a follow if you haven't already. We'll see you guys again tomorrow, probably around 3 p.m. Pacific. So come back then. we'll do something else fun. Appreciate you. Hope you guys have been enjoying the streams recently. Thank you again for watching. Out of anywhere you could be on Twitch, thanks for going here. I'll see you over there on Sim's channel. Good night, sleep tight, everybody. I'm gonna go get some food. Bye.